What? I thought you were in another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought
that was Serena. I heard Mom.
me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
It's either called Annenberg or Annenberg Mansion, and it is in historic Manassas, of Manassas, Virginia.
Short people will be like...
Yeah, the short people will be fine. Okay. So welcome everybody to the USS North Carolina. This is the Wildwood Sanatorium. And it looks like we've got really good Wi-Fi for this. This is where we're starting the investigation tonight. There's my partner in crime, Phil Rossi.
I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that? Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
All right, hold on. Hold the phone, everyone. I'm gonna isolate this section. Isolate this section. Okay.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
It's right there. I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls. You have 3 cat balls. You mean the big one?
Scry 2. 1, 2. And then I will put this one on the bottom. And
So I
this
see you're
one
having a lot of fun.
on the top. And then
Thor, has anyone ever called you a Bond villain in a previous life? Because, man, I swear to God, it just sounds like saying, it seems you have the upper hand in the cards, Mr. Bond.
I mean, I never said I was.
I wish I knew how to quit you, Thor. I wish I knew how to quit you. Oh, my God.
Which is a 3/3, and Valgava, which is
6/6.
a 6/6.
Where's the beef? It's on Mike's battlefield where it is. Jeez.
Huh?
It is a 6/6 on Mike's battlefield. You know what, Mike? I don't believe you'll sacrifice your Valgava. I don't believe you'll do it.
Do it for the vine. You ain't gonna do it.
I don't believe you're gonna do it. I'm gonna send Yuma.
Go ahead and block. You won't.
You won't do
Have
it.
you lost life yet in your turn?
No.
You're about to.
Is my entire hand counter? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a game
All right,
for the
well,
ages. I'm gonna save
This is
this
a
puppy.
game. This is
This
a game.
is a game, chat.
All right, we untap the list. We untap the list. We're both at 1.
I don't hear no bell. I don't hear no bell, Nick. I don't hear no bell.
All right, this is it. Yep.
Oh my god, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? What is this, chat? No. No. I want to go back to the feel goods. I want to go back to the feel goods with this game. Just no. No. Oh.
We already got the candle blowout.
And you'll know when it's speaking to you through the parabolic microphone.
Yeah.
I also put a microphone in the kitchen.
Oh! Got it!
Got him.
Got it! Got it!
Like I said,
Got it!
You'll know.
Got it!
Yep.
Got it! Sup, everybody? Closing in on the weekend very fast. It's coming in hot. And that means that I get a chance to sit down with the Rossies and we get to watch Widow's Bay. We are actually actively not watching Widow's Bay on Wednesdays now because we want to wait until the Rossies are both in town. And then we kind of do a double feature. We do you know, Widow's Bay, and then we immediately go into our premiere, which is kind of cool. How you doing, everybody? Cheers, everyone. Big coffee toast to you all. My name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad, and today I represent Old Spirits Investigations on Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, we're gonna get our spooky on today. We are gonna get our spooky on today. I hope you all are having a great week. Just remember, everybody, Twitch Dad loves you. It is Pride Month, so if for any reason, chat, your real life dad does not give out a hug, Twitch Dad gives out free hugs. Twitch Dad loves a good free hug. So you know you're getting by. All right, cool. And hey, how you doing there, Cobalt? How are you? But you remember that, everybody. Twitch Dad loves you. And I don't know. I mean, it's funny. I feel like I put out a weird reel today, but at the same time, I'm like, you know what? You guys know I do it here. So I thought I'd have some fun. And I'll tell you another quick thing about that, but let me get back to it. So today's reel was my reading from, I believe it was Monday. It was my reading on Monday. And I'm setting aside these cards. These are some cards I am setting aside to see what the Event Horizon deck is, if it's going to be able to take shape. I also have ordered some new Magic cards. Man, the ADHD is kicking in hard today. The undiagnosed ADHD, I should say. So let me back up a bit. So today's reel, I posted my tarot read. And I thought to myself, ooh, wait a second. I've never posted my tarot. I posted some still shot, but I've never posted a tarot of my read of tarot before, like this. Not with video. And the reason I'm giving it a shot, chat, is because in the past 2 weeks, consistently, the clip that I've been grabbing that has gotten the most views from the entire week have been of me doing the tarot reading for myself. And I mean, I'm like, ooh. Oh, and by the way, sorry, Mika, before I miss that, I'm sorry that you got the stomach flu. That sucks. Nothing, I mean, apart from the actual flu, stomach flu is probably the worst. And I'm sorry you got to go through that. You hang in there, buddy. You hang in there. Manspiel, how are you? Good morning. How are things in your corner of the world? I hope you're well. So I'm shuffling my tarot deck for my daily read as well. But I find it funny. I find that really funny. That apparently my tarot read is killing it in the way of reels. I didn't think it would. I honestly, I mean, I kind of go in with my, I go in with all my reels and stuff with an open frame of mind. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see how this does. We'll see how this does. And I'm still kind of, I feel like so here's what I've learned so far when it comes to my exploration into reels. I have learned that, oh, hey, L, how are you, man? So good to see you in chat. I hope you're doing well. Hope school is, school should be out for you by now. You're on your last week of school. Okay, very cool. Diagnosed ADHD, no meds. I still feel more autism. Late reply. I get you. Yeah, I've actually made it a goal that I'm going to get myself diagnosed for ADHD and OCD, because I have a feeling that I have both. I have to get my glasses taken care of though, because man, I know for a fact my prescription for my glasses is probably ancient. I can't even remember the last time that I even got new glasses. So that should tell you something. But yeah, I've already learned though in my exciting adventure into the unknown that is reels, I have learned that the paranormal content that I put up as reels, it's real inconsistent. Sometimes I'll get 1,600 views. I'll get quite a few views and all this stuff. And man, people will go nuts for it. Other stuff, I couldn't pay them to watch it. And this is 1 minute of video, if that. I post more random small videos on my channel, even a few shorts. Good on you, Al. Good on you. We're getting back into the habit of doing that. I still have to figure out what the what the frack I'm going to do with my actual T. Morris YouTube page or YouTube thing. Is it important to touch the cards, or could I sleeve my tarot deck? You do not. No. I don't think you want to sleeve a tarot deck. Unless it's a really expensive tarot deck. Putting it in perspective, here's what tarot and magic have in common. And here I'll even show you a good example. The right deck can have amazing artwork. So this is the 3 of Swords, right? And then this is the 4 of Cups. And that's for this deck. I haven't even gone into the Crooked Moon deck, which is also beautiful, beautiful art. And again, it's inspired by not inspired by. It is the artwork from a D&D. I don't know if you'd call it a module or if you would call it an actual world that's using D&D 5e rules. But the Crooked Moon is I've done a one shot from it, and as many of you know, tonight is Mythic Hall night. So at the Mythic Hall, I'm going to be running the account for Mythic Hall, and I'll be producing their weekly stream of the Crooked Moon. And the Crooked Moon, the way I describe that world to people is it's D&D, but instead of fantasy, high fantasy and swashbuckling swords and things like that, this is Southern Gothic. It's Children of the Corn. It's Sinners. It is it's Crossroads. Oh my God, it's good. It's so effing good. And when I heard that they had a tarot deck that featured the artwork from the game, I said, count me in. But then I had to wait for them to reproduce it because, yo, Mac, what's up? What's up? As a huge D&D fan, I approve of this. Oh, L. Okay, so first up, question in my Twitch chat, but I'm going to throw it out to YouTube as well. The Mac needs help naming a wizard. Now, here's the first question I'd have for you, Mac. Do you want it to be a serious, like, highborn fantasy wizard kind of name, or do you want something kind of fun? Like the all-powerful Jack. And that's the thing. It's like people could keep, you know, you could say that his real name. Give me a bit of backstory. Yes, give me a bit of backstory. That would be essential. Give me a bit of backstory, and then we'll take it from there. I just got man. It's a busy, kind of hectic morning. I just got a shout out from Hollywood Paranormal. I love Tammy. Tammy is so effing cool. If you want a closer look at this world that I'm talking about, allow me to go on ahead and help you all in that respect. Adventurous. There you go. Whoop. Let's try again. There you go. Legends of Adventurous. Yeah, give me a second here. They've been doing a lot of stuff. in RPGs on Kickstarter. The most recent one that just got it's still going is what is this? Neon Odyssey, space opera and D&D, which looks hella fun. And apparently we're going to do some stuff for them. So that's pretty freaking cool. Holy Hannah in a handbasket. They raised $16 million with a $60,000 goal. I guess they're doing really well. Wow. Wowzers. Okay. Walking Bard coming in hot with a gift of tier 1 sub to Cobalt. Sir.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Thank you. But if you go to the site that I just dropped in there, and you go to shop now the Crooked Moon, that'll tell you everything you need to know. Okay, so let's get some backstory on this wizard. If you want a serious name, okay. So this is so Mac. This is from L over on L's House by the Sea. If you want a serious name, Garnald the Brave. If you want a silly name, John. Just John. So I see where some people are going with this, Bob. Going to be a bit out of pocket in September. Okay, we haven't really set anything in stone yet. I will let you know when things are set in stone. But right now, nothing is set in stone. But I appreciate the heads up, pal. I do. A lot can happen between now and September, but I appreciate the heads up. So he's a young man, started as a royal appointed wizard's apprentice. The master died suddenly of organ failure, just stupid old. Everything the master owned was left to the young man. Being young and inexperienced, tried to open one of his master's grimoires, which activated a flame trap, burning everything to the ground. Knowing only a single spell to create flame, set out on his own to make a living and learn defensive magic before learning any offensive magic. Okay. I think you should give him a thanks for the look there, Manspiel. I'm going to suggest this. His official name should be Genovese, the master of fire, the master of fire. Yeah. What? We got a hype train incoming. Say what? We've got a hype train incoming? Well, shoot. You know what to do, people. Gift them subs. Throw out them biddies. We got a hype train going on. I'm rather impressed by that. I didn't think I would be that close to a hype train, but you know what to do. Sub, cheer, gift. Do all the things, man. Make this hype train a thing. I'd like to see us make it to level 2. And look at that. Walking Bard. Gifting a tier 1 sub to the Mac. Thank you very much there, Walker. Appreciate it. So we call him Genovese. You call him Genovese, the master of the untamed flame. Hear me out. Genovese, the master of the untamed flame. But everybody in his party calls him Sparky because they know what happened to him and that he is dumb as a box of hammers. How does that sound, Mac? I just saw the Amazon Digital Circus movie in theaters. Planning to see the Backrooms movie next. Yeah, I'd like to see I'm up for Backrooms. I really want to see Backroom now. The kiddo really wants to see Backrooms, so I think we're going to do a family outing. If not Friday, we're going to do it on Sunday. But there's my input, Mac. Genovese, the master of the untamed flame, is the way he introduces himself, and everybody in the party just goes, "Okay, everybody, lighten up, Sparky, lighten up." I saw Backrooms before as a major motion picture. I thought you were living in the Backrooms. Might ask the DM for a percentage roll each time I make a spell to see if something catches fire. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. That he has a grant. He's trying to make a. It reminds me a little bit what you're saying. It reminds me a bit of Dragon Slayer, the movie Dragon Slayer, where young Galen is trying to, set himself up as a all powerful sorcerer, and he's not, and he kind of flubs it in front of the king, and but I think you can go even further with it. But yeah, the nickname is Sparky, or rather, everybody calls him Sparky, and he just cringes every time. He's like, and the arc that he could follow is that he actually starts getting good, and then and to really push it even further, right? Because I like to look ahead for my characters, and what I would say is that in the future, he does become an all-powerful master of flame, and people, it is the great Genovese of the Genovese of the North, the keeper of the untamed flame, and he's like, nah, just call me Sparky. Welcome to the brain of a writer there, Mac. Because I really like the idea that he's trying out the grandiose name, but everybody calls him Sparky. But then when he gets older, he's like, no, I kind of like Sparky. But then everyone's like, no, you're the all-powerful Genovese. And I was like, you know. But I mean, a few D&D characters if you want to hear any. Hey, Al, look. Right now, for the next 15 minutes, I'm giving everybody. It's an all skate. And by the way, everybody, the reason why stream started late today, I think I'm still catching up on my sleep. I'm still catching up on my sleep. And so that's why I'm moving a little slower, and that's why we started at 11 as opposed to 9. I like that, but my original idea was to have him traumatized. Oh, so you want to play a little more grimoire, a little darker. Got it. I see that. Well, and that's the beautiful thing about D&D. There are no wrong choices in D&D. In D&D. You really decide on your own what kind of character you want to make. Like right now, I did some research. There's a big look at that. Oh my God. Mika dropping a massive sub bomb. 10 tier 1 subs. To Dumbblot, to Blind Blonde, to Death Warmed Over, to Dark Fee, to Dark Phoenix Fire or Fee, Van Cube, Scottish Moon, Toaster Struder, Geezer, Manspiel, and Relicard. It's a homebrew setting of a Red Dawn type of invasion. We have to rebuild or rebel. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That just pushed us to level 2, everybody. Hey, how you doing there, Blind Blonde? Gift her a sub, and she doth appear. We're talking about D&D right now. We're gonna get into in about 15 minutes. We're gonna get back into the spooky. First character's backstory came up with like 5 minutes. Easily done in D&D. I love that. And that's the thing is that I want to be able to. I only want to develop the character once I know I can do the hook. By the way, everybody, thanks for that level 2. It doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often on this stream, but when we get up to a hype train, I'm stoked. When we get to a level 2 hype train, well, you know. Can I get a hell yeah? So let's rock and roll, everybody. We're nerding out on D&D right now. What I was going to say was that I want to make sure I can do the thing with the character before I start building the character. And I was doing a lot of... so I wanted to try something different. I wanted a multi-class. I have never multi-classed before, chat. And lately I've been like either... Well, like when I went to my first adventure with D&D at Mythic Hall, I went on ahead and I did the thing where I brought in one of my older characters, which was Quentin Edmund Devonshire. He was the Mouseling Artificer, and I loved playing with it. I love playing Quentin. Quentin actually it's a spin-off of a character that I had at the Maryland Ren Fair. The difference is I played him as a human, for obvious reasons. But he was the town inventor. He was kind of quirky. It was a lot of fun. And then I took that character and I repurposed him in D&D, but I made him a mouseling. And that was the cherry on top that I needed for him. And I had a great time playing Quentin. I'm currently playing that adventure is wrapped up. And currently I am playing a Dragonborn monk. I've never played a monk, so I wanted to give a monk a try. I wanted to try Dragonborn as a species, having a great time with both. At first I was like, I just got to stick, because every video I saw about being a monk, they all said stick it out, stick it out, stick it out. The more you stick it out, the more you're going to realize, oh, there's something to this character or to this race or to this class. And sure enough, at level 5, I discovered that I had a new ability called Block and Redirect. And I said, what is this perchance? And they go, yeah, you take your bonus action and it becomes a bonus hit. Okay. Wow. That is weird to do, to multi-class your first character. I once played an Earth Elemental who just traveled for the purpose of traveling. Why he ended up in the abyss? I wanted to see the horizon here. There's no horizon here. Well, I know that now. I love that, Mika. I love that. Got to go? No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because Norse Ragnarok, I understand. You know, priorities and all. But thanks for popping in, El. I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me some love on YouTube. Do appreciate that. But one of the things that I feel like that we do in over at Mythical is it's like a, you know, if you want to do something, just ask and we'll tell you whether that's possible or not. And every video that I saw, by the way, we got less than a minute chat left in this hype train. If you want to try to push it to level 3, you know what to do. You can just go on ahead and you can gift a sub, you can throw out some bits, you can cheer, do whatever you want to do to help us along in that thing. Oh, that's great. That's great, Blind Blonde. So what? So I watched a few videos. I'd watched a few videos on what I wanted to do, which was I wanted to do Artificer Ranger, and I saw a few videos on it, and they said, oh yeah, these two classes work great together, but you got to be a gunsmith. You got to be a gunsmith, and I'm like, what? And they're like, oh yeah, you know, you blah blah blah, and they're saying, oh yeah, you get this gun, the gun's doing the cool thing, blah 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 blah. Thanks everybody. Level 2, a level 2 hype train. I'm opening the hype chest, and I have a reward of a fish that sends love. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, that's a great callback to Rotterdam. It's the fish that swims up to the at least the way I'm interpreting this. It's the fish that swims up to the camera. That's at the canals. It's called Endler Love Emote. Very cool. Very cool. That's what it looks like, everybody. They got some good emotes on those hype trains. They really do. Ads are starting in a minute. But the thing was that I went to the Dungeon Masters of the current Private DOS from Hacksaw Ridge. Nice. But I went to my Dungeon Masters and I said, look, this is what I want to do. I want to do Artificer Ranger, but I don't want to be a gunsmith. Or let me be more precise. I want to be able to have the weapon not be a pistol or a gun or a rifle. I want it to be my arrows. I essentially want to be Oliver Queen or Hawkeye. You know, that's what I want to be. And they were like, yeah, you can do that. So now I'm planning to have trick arrows, and do all that kind of stuff, and we'll see how it goes. All right, I'm gonna I have shuffled my deck to a fine sheen, and I am now ready for my daily draw, and then we're gonna get into the spooky. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about D&D that I've always loved is being able to do that kind of creative. It really is it really was the beginning of where I got into creative writing when I got into D&D, and then I started doing into fantasy writing and all that stuff. Got to hit the hay. Got a long upcoming weekend. I appreciate the inspiration. Yeah, keep me posted on that, the Mac. I want to hear more about that. But that's the thing, Blind Blonde. I want to have arrows that if somebody catches them, there's a spring in the shaft that will actually extend the arrow even further, or launch the arrow from the guy's hand and it'll go into his chest. I want to have arrows that they pierce the armor, but then they've got drill bits that allow the arrowhead to dig into the armor. I know some of this stuff is diabolical what I'm thinking of, but that's what I want to do with this character. And I guess the best example I have of that is Oliver Queen, or I'm trying to remember Hawkeye's actual name. Clint Barton? Clint Barton. Yeah. Okay. I redeemed that nerd point there. And you know, every time I think of Clint Barton, I just picture in my head, the actor that plays him in the movies. Man, I remember when Jeremy Renner was just coming on the scene, and it was around the time of Thor and Mission Impossible. And even Tom Cruise said, "Watch this guy. He's going to be big. He's going to be good." And he's a terrific actor, in my opinion. I love him. Sorry, I gotta reassure. Lots of swag with that pass, though. So, update on. So update on MagicCon. It's a go. Steve has given me some details on how I, as his seeing eye person, I'm going to be compensated and comped for the weekend. He is getting a massive crap ton of swag for this thing, and I'm so excited for him. Don't get me wrong. I'm so excited for Steve. This is such a big deal because they had over 100 plus applicants, yours truly included, and they picked 10, and Steve got it, and I'm thrilled for him. I'm absolutely thrilled for him. And I think it's going to be – and the thing is, it'd be one thing if it was, MagicCon, but this is the MagicCon where they're releasing Star Trek. To use a Farscape drop-in. Can I get a hell yeah? I mean that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. And I was also very flattered that I was the first person he called and said, "You want to go to MagicCon?" And I think what I said was,
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
He'll need to study his magic before he goes. We'll cover it. Don't worry. He'll the thing about Steve is he is a better magic. Again, I think one thing that people need to realize with Steve, and I know this being one of his best friends, Steve gets he is very, very particular about gaming with others. Because he constantly feels like he is the one lagging behind. He feels like he is the boat anchor. What he doesn't realize is he is a much better Magic player. And I can speak on this because when Steve and I got down to the wire in a recent Commander game where he systematically took out Prez and then took out, I think it was Prez. It was either Prez and Thor or Doretti and Thor. And then it was just two of us standing. And I made a mistake. I made a huge blunder. I was missing a trigger. And it was a hard lesson learned, but I was like, nope, I missed the trigger. There's nothing I can do. And it wasn't like I was throwing the game, and I would never throw a game for Steve. He would never speak to me again. But Steve is very gun shy about people that's well, actually, you can't do that in Magic, that kind of crap. Because he's had to deal with it all his life. And it's only been recently he is starting to stretch those boundaries. And the fact that he stepped up, because I think it is tough for people that are visually impacted. It is I think it is very tough for people with visual impacts. Victory 677-899-878. If that is your real name, see ya. I'm going to say this again based on some of the... I'm starting to get some unexpected and maybe some unwanted traction on my recent post about Deborah Ann Wool. My recent reel, I should say. You know what I've learned about social media? Nothing is more liberating than the block button. And here's the thing about it. This is why we have so many pretentious. There's a choice word that I have. It rhymes with whoosh-rag, but I'm not going to go into it because I'd rather not sully the good vibes we're currently having. But my thoughts are, it's okay in some respects. It's okay to create an echo chamber. It's being done all the time. I mean, but the thing is, there's something liberating about being able to say, yeah. Takeout bag, close, Cobalt, very close. But the block button is a beautiful thing because they're there. The troll is there to do one thing, and it is to ruin your day. And you have two choices. You can engage trolls, and sometimes I do if I'm in the mood for it. You know, if I'm in the mood for it, you know, I'll go ahead and engage, have a good time. Go super in depth with a scenario involving them, and then they come back with, "You mad, bruh?" Jeez. Did you write that all by yourself? So there's that option. If you don't have that option, it's okay. Block them. Say bye-bye. Victory 6-7. This DB wanted to say, I love your content, even though this is the first time in the chat. So if you follow me on Discord, I can hook you up with so-and-so who loves helping out small. That is probably one of the worst scams out there, in my opinion. I stopped playing Magic not long after my vision disability diagnosis, in part because it was hard to play with my vision, so I get that. But here's my question on that, Blind Blonde. Has your vision reached a point where you can't play it at all? Would a Magnum? I mean, I am speaking completely from, you know, because I asked Steve the same thing. No, this was back in the night. Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling me that. I mean, because I tell Steve all the time. I go, can you do this? Because, you know, in order to help, and he's like, oh no, magnifying glasses make my vision worse. And so I'm finding, you know, I'm navigating my way through this world as well. And I just want to make sure, like, it was on my third raid with Steve in Destiny where I was like, I would go into a raid and go, yeah, I don't think Steve can do this. It's too dark. And there were friends of mine that actually had really good workarounds that I had never thought of. And so yeah, and we still managed to help Steve through. So we've been out of ads for a while, but I think it's now time for me to do my drawing. So I'm going to do my daily drawing for the day. I was also dealing with dumb teenage boys. Another part of the problem being a teenage girl playing Magic the Gathering was a challenge at times. It's still a challenge, sadly, and that sucks. In fact, I think I inadvertently triggered somebody. She sat down across from me. This was on the Learn to Play Magic, and she had this really cool Lorcana mat. I said, "Oh my God, that Lorcana mat is absolutely darling. It's wonderful. I love it." And I was being sincere. I don't think she took it that, because then she proceeded to wipe the floor with me with one of her decks. Yeah. So, all right. More on that later, but I'm going to go on ahead and draw from the top. And I'm doing it because I don't have an overhead camera. Now, instead of, you know, revealing the card on this way, I flip it like this. And then woo. Pretty powerful card for draw for the day. It's the Devil. The daily draw for the day is the Devil. Major Arcana. Let's see what the Devil. All right. Upright, Shadow Self, Oppression, Addiction. Reversed, Freedom, Revelation, Element is Earth, Astrology is Capricorn. The Jabberwocky. That's why I love this deck so much. It's the Devil card is the Jabberwocky. I love that. The Jabberwocky looms large, representing the shadowy depths of the Devil card. This is a card of duality where the struggle between light and dark is constant. It challenges you to confront the vices and obsessions that bind you, whether material desires, addictions, or toxic relationships. The Jabberwocky's grip is strong, and escaping it requires deep awareness of your inner demons. So again, the Devil card in the Major Arcana Devil card in tarot does not necessarily mean but does not necessarily mean
The devil.
it does not mean
The devil. But it does mean that I'm talking about my darker self. This is what my darker self sounds like. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. I'm T's darker side. Which really isn't that dark. I mean, it's not like I'm into, chains and Hellraiser kind of stuff. I mean, when I think dark, I mean sneaking in an extra card in my magic hand. Calling my cats bad names when they're bothering me. Telling my wife that I've done chores when I haven't. That's T's darker side. Yeah. Not that dark. Kinda mid.
I don't know where any of this is coming from, chat. I don't know if the caffeine is just hitting hard this morning, but I hope you're enjoying the show. Is this a confessional? It's so basically. Oh wait, I almost forgot. I need to take the. See, a lot of times these doom and gloom cards are actually warnings. And going back to what I said earlier, this is a card about, I really think it is, acknowledging the darker side of my personality and trying to better manage it.
This is not a confessional. Listen, Blind One. Do you know how hard it is going to the local darker side chapter? And I got people, they're cheating on their taxes, cheating on their spouses, they're cheating everywhere, and I gotta come in and I go, yeah, T didn't clean the litter boxes today. Do you know how hard it is being the darker side, and that's the best I got? Gah! Tell you what, I'm gonna go have a drink. And I can't even have even the darker side here. He's got bourbon, but it's really good bourbon, so I can't really, take that.
All right, I'll stop. This is why you don't give me a voice changer. I'll have way too much fun. And if you're curious, I'm looking for a cat.
Because this is the voice I have for some of my cats.
Anyway, I'm all over the place. Welcome to my stream, everybody. This is what you can expect. So yeah, the devil card is more or less a. I grew up Catholic before First Communion, had First Confession. So imagine a bunch of 7-year-olds giving confessions. It's a lot like that. Yeah. Okay. So again, true story, Blind Blonde. When I was growing up in Richmond, they tried to introduce I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's I'm blanking on it. But it's where you basically say, okay, we got kids that are in the outskirts of Richmond. We got the kids that are in the inner schools. We're going to mix it up. And we're going to bus kids from the south side, bring them into downtown. We're going to take some downtown kids, bring them over to the south side. We're going to, we're just trying a little better integration of schools, right? And yeah, my parents were like, it was kind of like, it was like desegregation, but it was like busing school kids, and it was a kind of neat idea. The only problem was that the kids from the south side, if they wanted to make it in time to get to the inner city schools, we would have to have been picked up somewhere between 3 to 5 in the morning. And no one really thought that through, so that was kind of a bad idea. So my parents sent me to a Baptist private school, or a private school with Baptist leanings, however you want to put it. And yeah, I've heard stories about the Catholic schools, And I know that they 7-year-olds giving their first confession about whatever their first sin was, right? Baptist school, man. Even before I was 7, I was going to have a long talk with the pastor. For anybody asks, no, I didn't get that didn't happen to me. I was not essayed by anybody, okay? It wasn't that. But there was some mental effery happening at this school. We hosted book burnings. We hosted album burnings. That kind of stuff did happen at this private school. This private school no longer exists, by the way. But when my parents got wind of what I was worried about as a kid, and I hadn't even hit 2nd grade. Yeah, they hit the roof. They hit the freaking roof. And with that, emotional abuse is still abuse. I love you too, David. I love you too. That's my funny honey right there. That's Twitch Mom, everybody. Yeah. Now the only reason I'm not gonna say that Pip was slacking in her mod duties this morning when I had that troll show up, she just made me a bitchin' thumbnail for YouTube. So I'm not gonna say a freaking word. I'm just gonna say, can I get a hell yeah? Thanks, baby. So, by the way, hon, this has been the mood of the stream all morning. It has been crazy. I've been hopping in and around topics. I'm pretty sure our kiddo was right about me. I got some Vish ADHD. I gotta talk to somebody because I'm a little unhinged right now. I mean, I would take a drag from the focus weed. The problem with this is that I think I need to get a new one of these things. Funny, I should mention segregation. Yeah. What's that all about? But yeah, my parents, they took action. We moved, and then I started going from a private school to a public school. Folks in town are just finding out that the pools were concreted during. They're just finding this out. Yeah. Listen, chat. I love where we live, but this town had got some dark history about it. Yes, Blind Blonde, just now. They are just finding out about this. Don't let the name fool you. This is a very cool town, Lynchburg, and it's got a hella cool history, but it's also got some dark stuff. And that's the thing, when just to dip our toe into the political quagmire, when people start talking about critical race theory. When they start talking about critical race theory, I'm sitting there going, do you mean history? Because Pip can attest. We were watching the HBO series The Watchmen. And they did the episode where, I can't remember the name of the character, right? I can't remember the name of the character, whether he was called Justice or whatever he was called. But he was the guy that had the noose around his neck, and that particular character, they were going into his origin story, and they talked about the Tulsa Massacre. And as they're showing this prologue in the episode of Watchmen, Pip turns to me and said, "Did this really happen?" And I just went, "Nah, this must be something from the Watchmen universe. It's got to be, because this is ridiculous." And I would have learned this in school if it did happen. And I am not kidding. 5 minutes later, Pip goes, "T, this really happened." And we paused Watchmen. I said, "Excuse me?" And I got myself some learning from the interwebs. I found out about this Tulsa Massacre. And something, and those that think history doesn't affect their lives are just, exactly. No, it wasn't. It really wasn't covered. And it should have been. It should have been. And and look, I get it. I mean, I'm Southern bred as well, Southern bred. And it's funny because people call Richmond a woke town. People are calling Virginia a woke state. And I'm sitting there going, you guys forget that at one time we were the capital of the Confederacy. And the same Southern crap that you all revel in, we were the home base for that. So sing me another song, okay, pal? And the other thing about this, too, is that Richmond has never really shied away from that kind of history. And that's what I'm very proud of, being a Virginian and being a kid from Richmond. I think you got the better education. Yeah. But the thing is that whole thing with the Tulsa Massacre, it was important for me to know about this, too, because if you all recall, there was a case that we did in Charleston with the Ghoulie Girls. We were in Charleston, South Carolina, and we were in this town. We were in this house that was in this town called Maryville. I believe that's what it was called, Maryville. It was called Maryville, right? Right, Pip? So it was called Maryville, and it was more or less a suburb of Charleston. And where we were investigating was sitting on that ground. There was a house, and apparently this house had been here for a while, for a good long while. At least it was at least 100 years old. It was being renovated. And the people that ran this house were also the people that owned the house were the people that ran this paranormal group. We went in there, and I had a visceral reaction, and it was all caught on film. And we come to find out later, this is the part that irks me. Come to find out later, this whole Maryville that they're sitting on, they said, and these are the people that owned the freaking property. They said, and I quote, "We don't know a lot about the history. We just know at one time this was a predominantly black neighborhood and it was thriving. And then one day it just lost its charter and then it became part of Charleston." That's not quite how it worked. Turns out that that the people that were in Maryville, it was a predominantly black town. There was also white towns around it, and they did open business with the owner, the African American business owners, and everybody was doing really well. And Maryville was prospering; it was doing very, very well for itself. And some of the kids, some of the rich, apparently some of the kids, didn't matter if they were rich or not rich or halfway rich or whatever. The white kids from Charleston liked to come in to Maryville to mix it up. And then they would get arrested by the black sheriff there. And then suddenly these kids were calling their white parents saying, "Yeah, the black sheriff just roughed me up." But the thing was, there was nothing unlawful happening, right? Business was above board. Everybody was doing great. And the kids were actually coming in and causing the problems. So what happened? Charleston took a step back and looked at a couple of things. They looked at the Tulsa Massacre, which had just happened. And I want to say about a decade before that, there was an insurrection in Wilmington, North Carolina. Again, something that isn't really talked about. An insurrection in North Carolina that happened. This is history. And we were hearing about this history from the locals in Wilmington. Yes, I get really wound up about this. So, you have the Tulsa Massacre, you have the insurrection in North Carolina, and you got to take and the folks in South Carolina took a step back and said, "We don't want that kind of publicity. We just don't." So what did they do? They found a loophole in the Constitution. And the city of Charleston annexed without any kind of reason. They just said, "We have the right to annex annex and remove charters at will. So we're going to do that." And the people of Maryville fought it. They fought it. And they just got litigated to extinction. And had I known that little piece of information about Maryville, I think that particular investigation would have gone in a much different angle. I tried looking up that group, by the way. I think they're out. I think they folded up business. Something tells me that things got out of hand at that property. There was something at that property that I did not care for. Now, before anybody asks, do I think it was demonic? I do not think it was demonic. I do not think it was demonic. But I will say that it was... I will not say it was demonic, but I will say that it was extremely adversarial. It was extremely adversarial, without a doubt, without a doubt. So there's that. There's that. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna take another swig of coffee, and I am going to get everything set up for today's shortened stream. And I'm sorry about that, everybody. I needed to sleep, and my wife would probably agree that I needed to sleep. But yeah, we're going to be wrapping up around, I want to say 4:30 ish, because I have Mythic Hall tonight. I want to make sure that I can. I want to make sure of a couple things. One, I want to touch base with my boss at Haunted Lynchburg Tours, and find out if I've got the. It's Viola's fault she didn't scream. That's okay. No, I'm not blaming anybody. I was just. Hang on a second. I'll reply to this. You look like you're about to go. I just found this picture. I opened up Instagram to check on how the reel is doing. It is not doing well, but I don't care. I'm pretty happy. But I saw a picture of Tammy. This is the ghost hunter, Holly Weird Paranormal, and it's Tammy. Picture of Tammy taken at the golden hour, with the light coming through some blinds, and I just said, "You look like you're getting ready to take on a brood of vampires." It's honest to God, it looks great. Looks great. She's awesome, by the way. Holly Weird Paranormal, lovely person. I was so tickled that she said, "Yeah, I'll have dinner with you guys," and she sat down with me, Phil, and Pip after a weekend at Paracon, and she just became one of our all-time favorites. Just a really good person. I really want to show them around here because I think they would really enjoy the history here. But anyway, oh, by the way, ads are starting in about 10 seconds. Ads are starting in 10 seconds. I got a cat screaming behind me, but let me go on ahead and let me set us up for today's investigation stream. And yeah, we'll do the spooky. There we go. Yes, Vi, I hear you. I do hear you, Vi. Oh, Vi. So put upon, Vi. How do you survive, Vi? How do you survive? How do you survive, Vi? Because you're always screaming. You're always screaming, aren't you, Vi? No. Yeah, okay, great. That's it. 27 degrees up here. At 70. And very little is coming out of my case. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry, everybody. One, I had to make sure that I wanted to make sure that Hicks is getting treats. Secondly, I'm managing a weird development with my AC. It's just wow. It's just really. It's kind of stuffy up here. All right. So, let me bring everybody up to speed on what's going on here. So, we're at Linville Manor right now, and this is how I do a lot of my I do a lot of my investigations. I'll start with one base source of video, and then I'll go through it. And then once I go through it, I'll add in another track of video, and then another track of video, and that way. Oh, sweet. Oh, that was very sweet. Well, isn't that interesting? Nega Oryx is also coming to MagicCon Atlanta. So anyway, sorry, I'm really feeling the I'm really feeling I'm really feeling all of the ADHD. So basically I lay down a track of video, and then I'll go back and I'll lay down a second track of video, and then I'll hop back and forth between the two, and then I do it a third time. Now, yes, before I have any of my video editors out in YouTube and in Twitch mention this, yes, I know there's an easier way to do it, and it's taken me a while to figure out what Premiere needs to actually do what I want it to do. So there's a thing that you've all seen me do where it's our couch commentary thing where it's me and Phil, but I have what's called a multi-camera sequence. And that sequence I turn into a timeline, and I add to the timeline, and then I can just edit it by literally having all three sources here, one audio source, and then that it does its thing. I have deduced, kind of, that Premiere really wants that clicker sound. If it has that clicker and it can sync up the audio with the video with the clicker, everything is copacetic, and we are good to go. Otherwise, it's a freaking mess. And so with older episodes, I have to do with older investigations, I have to do this. I have to layer the video. Yes, it's a lot more time consuming. Yes, it's kind of a pain in the keister, but you know what? You make do. You freaking make do. So what we did, so we are back at Linville Manor. Now you're like, wait a minute. I know you guys have investigated Linville Manor before. Yes, in fact, to give you an idea, I believe this happened. This investigation happened. Yeah, it happened before. I'm pretty sure it happened before. It did. It happened before we went to. Before we did the Satanic Panic experiment where we played D&D in this very room. Now, that investigation, the one that we did with Dungeons and Disableds, that was our 10th investigation here at Linville. We have been back to Linville more than any other place, whether it's for personal or paranormal reasons. But the reason why we were here this weekend was because we were invited by the Association of Paranormal Study, whom you were all very familiar with, because they're the ones that we went to Wildwood, and we also went to Wildwood, and we also went to the Hinsdale House with them. And this is their first trip. This is Association of Paranormal Studies' first trip here. Now, we went outside to do something. I'm not sure what. So we kind of did an impromptu abandonment here, and Pip left a ghost tube running, while and I left a couple of cameras running as well. And we went outside. I know why it was. I know why we went outside too. You can go ahead and check out any of our previous investigations of Linville, and you'll get the full lowdown of the history and all this stuff. There's a lot of incredible history around Linville. But one of the things that you need to know about Linville is they've got this huge birch tree. And what I should do is I should load up the pictures that I have of the birch tree. But apparently, the night before we came here, Wynn and his partner Chase, they were, chilling out. They were just, they were asleep. And in the middle of the night, they hear what they describe as an incredible clap of thunder, which is odd because it was a clear night that night. What had happened was that something got inside this birch tree. And this birch tree is not only huge, it's the fourth oldest birch tree. I think it's the fourth oldest tree. It's the fourth oldest tree in the state of Maryland. It was standing at the time that John Smith, that John Smith, was here at Linville when it was originally called Thorpeland. Well, that branch gave way. This branch just gave way, and they have rescued the tree. The tree did not have to be taken down or anything, but they he was worried that he was going to have the tree taken down. Didn't happen, so yay, win for the trees, and that happened the night before. So I think we're looking at the tree right now. So we have left Ghost Tube. We've left Ghost Tube running, and we're doing the thing. I want to say this was one of our earliest collaborations with APS. Actually, no, it was our first. This was our first collaboration with APS, and And this just makes me want to go back to Linville. I mean, that's the thing about Linville Manor. That is one of the few properties, apart from Gettysburg, that I would gladly feature twice in one season because there's just so much happening there. Okay, let's get into it. So you can hear us outside. Now, this is where I feel like I need to incorporate that other... I feel like I need to incorporate that other video, like now before later, because of that. See, those two beeps are coming from this device. This is what is called Fast Eddy. It is also known as an EDI Plus. It's an environmental reader, similar to another ghost tube device that I want to get a little more time in at Linville with. This led to the development of the Solace, and this was considered one of the best, if not the best, device you could have in a paranormal study, because its basic thing was, I'm going to measure EMF, I'm going to measure vibration, I'm going to measure temperature, I'm going to measure pressure, I'm going to measure humidity. I'm going to do all that in here. I'm going to basically, just analyze the atmosphere to see what's going on. And this guy just, for whatever reason, stopped making these. I'm not sure why, but yeah, he just basically went dark. And that's not the best way to run a business, in my opinion. Now, I do have the live stream here, but while I was bringing in Taika and all this stuff, I think I was also, let me just double check here. That's Hinsdale, yeah. Yeah, Hinsdale, Linville. Okay, cool. There's Kenneth. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff here on Kenneth. A lot of stuff here. So I'll go on ahead and I'll start importing that. A lot of files to import, but hey, we'll be doing that. Oh, I actually something I need to start doing. For anybody that was here yesterday, the hiccup that happened with my the files from the overnight segment, that has been resolved. It was a caching issue. For some reason, Premiere loves to F with me in the last moments of an investigation and go, yeah, I'm going to swap out this audio for this audio because Adobe. And yay for resolution. Thank you, Spence. Thank you. Let's see. We spent the night. We spent the night at Lynchburg's most haunted house. What happened next shocked us. I suppose we can. Let's see. How are you, by the way, Spence? How are you? I don't know if you saw it, but I actually turned one of my readings into a reel, and it's not doing as well as I thought it would. So I find that interesting. Apparently, people love watching on Twitch my daily reads, but as a reel, it's not landing as the way I expected, which I'm kind of shocked by. Oh, and also today my reading, my daily read today, Major Arcana, it was in fact
The devil. Oh, and hi, Rez. How you doing? I'm T's darker side. Yeah, I'm T's darker side. And, you know, T's darker side ain't that dark. It's kind of mid. Did you know that? I bet you knew that. Well, you know T a long time, you know. Like, when it comes to T being dark, it's like, yeah, I didn't take the dishes out of the dishwasher. Sorry, Pip. Now, as T's darker side, I will say, I don't want to piss off the Kiwi, right? Am I right? Am I right? You know that. I'm right. Anyway. Yeah, he got the devil this morning. Yeah, that was his daily read. Woo, boy. Anyway. Okay, look, Spence. Are you telling me that when I get together with all the other darker sides of people, and they're talking about cheating on their spouses, they're talking about, you know, laying off a lot of people for no good reason, and we got this guy over here who's fudging his taxes, and I have to say, yeah, T's got an unhealthy addiction to the metrics. I mean, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? I could have been the darker side of one of, you know, El Presidente's kids. I could have been the dark side of, you know, the next person that was going to be on Silicon Valley. Look at this chump. Ooh, he's addicted to the metrics. By the way, how are we doing on those metrics? Oh, darn it. Okay, look, I'll be in the back if you need me. Bye.
This is why I think Spence wants me to learn tarot so that they see what I'm going to do next. It has been fun though. It has been fun. And I was very proud of the reel. I'm going to try it again. But I find that very interesting. I think that was the mini tangent that I was going to go off on you with, but I think next week it'll also make a great tangent, which is I'm looking at the views from my clips on Twitch, and they're all modest. You know, they're kind of, you know, if I get more than 10 views on a clip, yeah, I'm doing great. But man, both daily reads, they have been like they've gotten me like almost in the, you know, they're getting me in the 50s and higher. You know, and I'm just like, how'd that happen? So I find that interesting. Okay. I'm just waiting for stuff to import in on Premiere. So I'm just going to check my first time we investigated. Let's see. We spent the night in Lynchburg's most haunted house. It's so hard to figure out with the description. It's so hard to figure out when it's too much. But I'm gonna let Pip make that decision. Let's see. We left with more questions than answers. We also left in fear. But how's your day been so far, Spence? You doing good? Hidden in the heart of Lynchburg, Virginia, the Rock and Cradle House remains one of the city's greatest paranormal mysteries. No confirmed construction records, no clear history of its early occupants, only stories of tragedy, unexplained encounters, and years of chilling experiences reported by those who've stepped inside. By day, it looks like an unassuming, inviting home. By night, but when the sun sets. Let's see. But when the sun sets, the shadows within its historic walls stir. Yeah. Pretty good. Just got home from the Y. Walked a little. Oh, that's fantastic, Spence. A mile's a mile. That's, that's further than people that are on the couch. Today's my off day. I can say I've been sleeping better, hence the weird schedule. But I've been sleeping better because I have been exercising. And and I do feel like that has made a huge difference. So you added 2 laps to your routine. Didn't use my cane. Spence, let's go. Let's go.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Let's go, Spence. Let's go. During this return investigation, OSI experienced unexplained voices, intelligent responses, strange movement, and moments that made us question whether something inside the house remembered our last visit. It's just strange movement. How about unexplained voices? Ooh. Eerie responses from our equipment. Chilling responses during our SD's session. During our SD sessions, and moments that make us question. Oh, it's 2 E's. R-I-E. 2 E's. Eerie. Chilling responses from during our SD sessions and moments that made us question whether something inside the house remembered our last. Could the spirit of a haunted Confederate officer ravaged by war still be crying out in anguish? Would the history of Lynchburg have some kind of effect? On this through SD sessions and spirit and let's see. Let's see. Will this house beat our intrepid investigators once again? How about will our intrepid investigators flee this house once again? Find out in this episode. Fans of Paranormal Quest, Haunted Horizons, Amy Script recognize some of the ghost hunting techniques we use, including ghost tube app sessions and EVP analysis. This doesn't happen, so that's out. Don't worry, I'm gonna get back to I almost said Mythical, to Linville in just one moment. Okay, so we've got the intro, and then at 1:27, let's see. And then we have okay. So the upcoming, you're gonna go sit on a couch, enjoy tea, and try to chill. No worries, Mika. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hunt. Thank you for hanging out. So this episode is a little longer than the other one. This is 1 hour and 22 minutes. Our couch commentary did go a little long, but that's because we were talking about we were talking about the earlier investigation. So there's that. Okay, so the investigation's intro's at 1:27, and then Playroom Part 2 is at 03:20, and that's the investigation Playroom Part 2. And then that's 3:20. Let's see. And then the stairwell is at 28:31. That's 28:31. Lounge at 44:55. This one had a lot of segments, I noticed. LANGE. Lounge. Stairwell, lounge. And then, let's see, we have... let's see, the stairwell, lounge. And then at 1 hour... 3 minutes and 50 seconds. 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 50 seconds. We have the overnight. And then finally, at 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds, couch commentary. Yep. Okay. And then I'll check this later. I'm going to see if Premiere has finished importing in all that video. It has. Okay, great. 25. Wow, 25 items. Whew. Okay. And let me see. I'm going to go on ahead and take a look at all this video. Or not all this video, but, you know, most of this video. All right, we're now back into the investigation part. Yeah, I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing. I hope everybody's having a... I do. I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope you all are feeling good. You know that you've had a good look at the week, and that things are going well. I really do hope. Ads are starting in 50 seconds. Not the best of segues, but there you go. For those of you on Twitch, rather, YouTube, you all are fine. You guys aren't going to, but we're going to plow through. And if you miss anything, that's okay. This eventually will be put out to everyone. I want to say. Oh, no, I take that back. I'm looking at us in the library, and it got dark. It got dark real quick. Okay, never mind. And then we actually have in this video, and I'm anxious to look at it, but there's an overnight. I'm going to have to do another time lapse and do an overnight. Making a dragon for a package going out today. Oh, good luck. Good luck. I hope you get through that. All right, so let me take a look at this up here. Okay. I'm just trying to match the audio. Oh, I should also mention that too. The audio might be a little rough around this particular video because this video is this video is not going to be mic'd by the Rhodes.
But see, Ben said that Gladys was, the impression Ben gave was that she was some hoity-toity socialite who was hitting the booze, right? Right. But then you read the book that Calvin's children wrote about and mentioned this.
Why is this recording in mono?
A tractor, putting up these beans.
Okay. Well, that's only 41 seconds. That is no bueno. All right, here we go. So, oh my God, this has no sound on it whatsoever. Oh, that sucks. Wow, that sucks balls. So now I got to do a visual cue from this. And I think the visual cue is Win walks in front, and then I walk over. Okay. So we are pausing for a moment to look at... What's really bizarre about this chat, people would be like, well, you should know how your own cameras work, T. And I would agree. The problem is that this change happened without me even knowing about it. I have no idea why, or even, because I haven't plugged in any external mics or anything into the cameras, which I'm just like, okay, so then why did I not get audio? And then the previous clip I was just looking at, it was recording audio, but it was recording audio in mono. I would never do that. I'm like, why would I record in mono? Absolutely not. Okay, so let me just go back to the beginning here. Okay, so what I'm seeing here, so the visual cue is that, okay, so this is after Alex gets some tea. Oh, poor Alex. Alex was fighting the flu all weekend. Okay, so, and I'm off camera at the beginning of this video. Okay, so she's got this device on her knee, on their knee. I set down the camera and I walk across and I say something, and okay. So I walk across and I say something to Alex. Funny thing is that is also in silence. Okay. And I make what I call a T gesture. Spence knows what I'm talking about because I'm a theater major, which means I speak with my hands. All right, so let's see. Okay, I'm walking, and then I make the gesture again. Oh no, this is a different thing. That's a different gesture. Or is it? I do, Spence, and I do speak like I'm performing on stage. No, I think that might be a thing with me. I think that might be a thing with me. Okay, so let me just do this. Let me hit this. Now let me see. I think I got a match. I've got a match. Okay, so let's see what happens if I do this. I say cheers, and the fourth voice that wasn't there said cheers. And Phil stops and goes, Pitt, did you say something? And Pitt's like... Now, here's another thing I'm noticing too. I've never seen that happen with my cameras. I've never seen that happen with my cameras where the image glitches out. Sitting there, and it was just like Ghost Hunters, We were sitting down with evidence. Okay. Let me just see. Sitting there, and it was just like Ghost Hunters, We were sitting down. Okay. So I'm doing what I call my. Now this is the theater major in me coming out, everybody. You notice my posture, and I'm basically performing for people. I admit it wholeheartedly. This is what I do. And I don't look at that as a bad thing. I look at it as my superpower. I can hear Spence saying something like, "It's what makes you you, T." And I say that with a lot of love. You know that, Spence. Okay, so let me just see at the beginning of this footage here. You know, sitting there, and it was just like Ghost Hunters, you know? We were sitting down with evidence, and we were reviewing with the client. And I was... Okay, I'm just spitballing here. This is going to be where you know, sitting there, and it was just like Ghost Hunters, you know? This is sometimes the hardest thought. You assume I have thoughts. I do. And it makes me very presumptuous, doesn't it? As I like to say to people when it comes to Spence, they know where the bodies are buried. So there is that. Okay, let me just see here. Okay, so that's not it either. That's not it either. Because Alex is not matching up between there and there. So I've got to find the spot where Alex is sitting there, where she's got the cup and her hand is over the cup. These are the tricks you learn when you're when you're editing. It was just like Ghost Hunters, you know? We were sitting down with evidence and we were reviewing with the client. And I was shocked. And you were shocked. No, you weren't shocked. You were shocked. I mean, that's my Kirkism. Who buries bodies? I have piranha. Ah, you have a piranha pod. You have a piranha pod, Mr. Bond. I have a piranha pod, Mr. Bond. And I have sharks, freaking lasers on their foreheads. I was shocked, but then there was at the time it was like, okay, we're gonna do the toast to the ghost. So we do the toast to the ghost. It goes great. Winch says cheers. Phil says cheers. I say cheers, and the fourth voice that wasn't there said cheers. No, that might be the point. Let me check. Let's see what happens. Wasn't there, said cheers. And Phil stops and goes, "Pit." I don't think that's the right spot either. Because the cup is a lot higher. Yeah, that's not the right spot either. Okay. All right. So I gotta look at this for some kind of. I've got to look at this for a better. Let's see. First off, go to marker. Go to next marker. And clear markers. There we go. All right. Let me just see where I turned this on. Okay. Some of the hardest video to sync up is the one where you don't have audio to check with it. All right, so I walk over here. I walk over here. Cindy walks behind me. I cross. Oh wow. I've got the H4n in my hand here, so this is very early on. Okay, so I walk across the room with the H4n. Okay. So let me find here. And by the way, always check in on these good folks here at the Association for Paranormal Study. They're really good people. In fact, Val, as in Spence's housemate, Val is going to be presenting at the symposium, which I had the pleasure of presenting there, and it was great. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. People don't realize that the piranhas will only swarm around meat that is no longer living. Oh, I didn't realize that. Things I researched for a Vampire the Masquerade character I never got to play. All right, so here. Hey there, comedian. How are you? Good to see you in stream. Hope you're having a good day. All right, so I'm looking for when Alex takes a sip of her tea. So she's doing a thing. She's chatting away. She's doing a thing. She's chatting away. Doing a thing. Doing a thing. Doing a thing. Doing a thing. Okay. So let me see if I've got this now. Okay, that looks about right. Let's see what happens when I hit play. Or actually, let me back up to this point. Sitting there, and it was just like Ghost Hunters, you know? We were sitting down with evidence, and we were reviewing with the client.
And I was shocked.
And they were shocked. No, you weren't shocked. You were shocked. I mean, it was. Oh, no, wait. Okay. Oh. We are editing. We are bringing in another camera angle here because I realize I'm getting hits off of Fast Eddie, and Fast Eddie was off camera. So I'm trying to sync up a track of video without audio. That's not fun at all. Shocked. I mean, it was shocked, and but then there was that. Okay. At the time, it was like, okay, we're gonna do the Toast of the Ghost. So we do the Toast of the Ghost. It goes great. Winch says cheers. Phil says cheers. I say cheers. And the fourth voice that wasn't there said cheers. And Phil stops and goes, Pip, did you say something? And Pip's like, of course not. You guys are recording.
I feel like though if Pip said it, it would be fairly obvious.
Okay, so this is where Pip's like, of course not. You guys are recording. Oh wait, no, it's off. It's off just by a few frames. Pip's like, of course not. It's right about there. Okay, so I'm going to move. Can I move this marker? No, I can't. Let me try. Nope, can't do that either. There is a way to move the marker. I just got to remember how. Nope. That's not it either. Try this. Nope, that's not it either. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna drop in another marker, make it a different color so that I can see what it is, because this is the point where oh crap. This is the point where Alex actually chimes in and says, "If that were Pip, blah 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 blah." Not that I'm being dismissive of Alex by saying blah 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 blah. I'm just saying that is when Alex goes blah, 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 blah. I miss investigating with Alex. They're so much fun to investigate with. Good people. Good people. All right. So that's where Alex starts talking. So I need to find in the video. Cheers, I say cheers. And the fourth voice that wasn't there said cheers. And Phil stops and goes, Pip, did you say something? And Pip's like, of course not. You guys were... Nope. 5311. Yeah, 5311. All right. Let's see if this syncs up.
I feel like though if Pip said it would be fairly obvious. I don't know, say cheers? Cheers. Yeah, I feel like that would be fairly obvious.
This was about an octave lower, and it was
no accent.
older and no accent. And then on top of that, it wasn't that I just caught it on one camera, because then if I caught it on one camera. And you know what? You want to see it? I'll show it to you. This is one of my favorite moments ever on Old Spirits. And I will retell the story as I look it up. So, now this was when we did things a little differently at OSI. You'll notice when you start going through our archives, you'll notice that we tend to go, let's see here. Okay, so there's season 5, overnight, shorts, Haunted Virginia, Haunted Lynchburg, Old Spirits, Haunted Houses, season 4, First in the Field. I'm looking for season 2. Season 1, Don't Turn Around. Season 3, Lives. Season 2, Secrets of the Battlefields. We want to actually run it by you first. So, okay. So let me explain. We at one time we were doing a clip show. We weren't necessarily doing extended, investigations. We were doing things by clip, and we were doing analysis because we thought that's what people wanted. People didn't necessarily want to sit through an entire investigation and then find that little gem, But it turns out we noticed that the minute we stopped doing clip review and we started doing like honest to God investigation from beginning to end, suddenly we had a huge spike in our numbers. Now, granted, these were modest numbers, but it was still a spike. So we were like, okay, maybe this is what people want. Maybe they want the whole shooting match, the whole kit and caboodle. But when we could, we would do something like this. Like what you're seeing here, we filmed with the some of the nicest people in the world. We were sitting down with members of the. We were sitting down with the members of City of Manassas, and these are people that were, charged for taking care of different historical places. And we had just finished doing a hunt at one of their properties, the Candy Factory. And we sat down with them and we said, this is what we found. And we had an open discussion about what was going on. We had so much fun. So we're watching the clip. So we had so much fun doing that. Then we had an opportunity to do that with Win, where we sat down. And here's the thing that shocked us about Win. People had come to investigate his house several times. They never gave him any of the footage. And I'm not just saying people like Kindred Spirits. They're not going to give their footage away. No, of course not. These folks aren't going to give away their footage, and I get that. But even the smaller groups, like, I don't mind saying it, like us, like Old Spirits, they would go to his house, they'd investigate, and they go, yeah, we'll get you some footage, and they never did. So when we finished our investigation of our first investigations, and then we sat down with Wynn and said, hey, we're gonna do a sit down reveal of the stuff that we found at your house. That day we gave him a flash drive that had everything on it. I mean, everything. And we had this moment happen. So let me see if I can find it here. Here it is, the Toast of the Ghost. And this was just the coolest thing ever. And this happened while we were filming. Here we go.
I would imagine that's going to feel pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of communication, you have just enough for a Toast to the Ghost.
I do.
And so would you do the honors, Win, and lead us into Toast to the Ghost?
I will say Toast to the Ghost started by Old Man Ben, who...
And just to give you some more background on this. So I have a camera, not just on, there's a camera on Win, a camera on all three of us, a camera on us. Then I have a fourth camera, and that fourth camera is pointing to, and I'll be the first one to say this, these devices are all way too close to one another. They are all way too close to one another. But I've got, I believe I have, I've got Fast Eddie running. I've got Mel running. We have a K2 meter, and then we have my phone, which is running, and recording Ghost Tube Seer. So that's what you need to know there. For Toast
I
to the
do.
Ghost.
I do.
And
I do.
so, would you do the honors, win, and lead us? This is just so much fun.
I will say Toast to the Ghost started by Old Man Ben, who is the oldest family descendant of the Bowies of the original house, said you should start doing these Toast to the Ghost. And I said, great, I will. So, to Ben's great advice, we do this, and I say, a toast to those of Linville, past, present, and future. May we all reside here with community, love, and good spirit.
Cheers.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Chin chin. Did you hear it?
Pip, did you just say something over there?
What?
You didn't say cheers? Bren, did you say cheers?
I heard a voice.
I sounded
heard
like
that too.
Voice that sounded like an old lady going, cheers.
A toast to those of Linville, past, present, and future. May we all reside here with community, love, and good spirit.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Chin chin.
Chin chin. You hear it?
I heard.
That wasn't me. I was looking.
That wasn't you?
I'm gonna.
Were you like grunt? You
Hang
grunt?
on.
Very clear voice.
I'm just gonna mark it. I'm gonna mark it just in case.
That was very clear.
Yeah.
Meta. We've got the
It was
show.
not a creak. It was.
We all heard it. We all heard it. And the thing about Gladys is I had been having I'd made a crack or two at Gladys's expense, and by the end of it, I pulled it back and I was like, "No, Gladys, you're my favorite." And I was being me, but to capture that live, to capture that as we are recording this segment,
I would imagine that's going to feel pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of communication, you have just enough for a toast to the ghost.
I do.
And so, would you do the honors, win, and lead us in the toast to the ghost?
Do.
I will say Toast to the Ghost started by Old Man Ben, who is the oldest.
Now, what was kind of interesting about that hit on here, it was an EMF of 2.5 milligauss, right? And we also have Mel measuring EMF. We also have the K2 measuring EMF. Neither one of them went off, but it went off here. Now, I will say we were awfully close to the wall. We have, we're next to the light, but still, that's interesting that was the only device that went off.
Yeah.
I will say Toast to the Ghost started by Old Man Ben, who is the oldest family descendant of the Bowies of the original house, said you should start doing these Toast to the Ghost. And I said, great, I will. So, to Ben's great advice, we do this, and I say, a toast to those of Linville, past, present, and future. May we all reside here with community, love, and good spirit.
Cheers.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Chin chin. I mean, that just pops. That just freaking pops. And it, yeah, I love Linville Manor. I do. I love it so freaking much. It is such a great place. And this guy right here, Win, one of the nicest people that I've ever met through paranormal circles. And this is one of those locations where I love taking people to it because it is that cool. It's just that neat of a place. But I think I've got the audio synced up.
I don't know if Pip said it would be fairly obvious. I'm gonna say cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I feel like that would be fairly obvious.
This was about an octave lower, and it
And
was
no accent.
older and no accent.
I was like, cheers.
And then on top of that, it wasn't that I just caught it on one camera, because then if I caught it on one camera, someone would have said, "Oh, it was probably an artifact in your card," which is an easy thing to do. But I caught it on my iPhone, and I caught it on the second camera, and I caught it on the main camera, and I'm like, so you're saying 3 separate cards all have the same artifact at the same exact time? That is a hill I will die on.
Well, what that means is,
And what I think is cool about this is I like having this kind of conversation with Alex. Alex is very much a debunker. They are a debunker that looks at debunking as part of paranormal investigation, which it is. you want to be able to debunk as much as you, well, let me rephrase that. I try to debunk as much as I can. Phil, on the other hand, just wants to accept it as it's paranormal. I'm like, whoa. Slow down, Tex. Let's try to debunk this. Because if we can't debunk it, it makes it very, very easy to, it's one of those things where if you cannot debunk it, then it becomes really, it becomes a lot harder for me to just say, yeah, it was the wind, it was the pipes, it was this, it was that. And but I like the way that Alex runs things. I think they are an astounding paranormal investigator. They make me want to be a better paranormal investigator. That's the God's honest truth. Okay, so that's 21. So 22 should just pick up right where it left off. Does that also not have any sound? It does not. It does not. This is silent as well. What the hell happened? The good news is that when one camera source picks up from the other camera source, it doesn't necessarily skip. Okay. So let's just see what happens. All right. I'm going to back up here. Here we go.
Follow me.
No ghost steps, it's just me. So what did it say?
Infant.
Infant? Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah. And I just got 2 taps from from Fast Eddie.
Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno. Grow now. Run now. Infant, follow me. How do I use it? Sarah, Edwin, give it back. Talk to me. Seriously, chat, it did say a lot, Kimmy. Did any of the devices apart from Fast Eddie go off? Because Fast Eddie just beeped twice, which I find that very interesting. I'm keeping my distance just to... Ads are starting in about 50 seconds. I'm in pain. Is there anything I can do to help you? See, I think this might be a better angle for me to watch because I can see Ghost Tube. Is that you, Gladys? But these little weird blips, I've never had that before. I've never had that happen before. Do I think it's paranormal? No, I don't think it's paranormal, but I do think it's weird. It's very weird. It'll be interesting to see if there is continuous. If there are continuous glitches, it could be the card. But I can't think of anything around this time. Edwin, Brandy, behind you. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I'm going to grab this a little closer. And I see what she did there. She's keeping it on the carpet. Three in a row. Edwin, Brandy, behind you. With a rapid fire, that little crease is, there's some flooring back here behind the camera. Okay, all right, interesting. Interesting stuff. I know, Edwin twice, exactly, Cam. It is fascinating. It's I'd have to look to see when. I'd have to look to see when was the last time we went to the. When was the last time we went to the the candy factory, because the candy factory is where we kept getting the name Edwin over and over again, and that was where Edwin, a kid named Edwin, was killed in a really awful train accident. Well, I say awful, but he was joyriding. Doesn't mean that he deserved to die, but he was joyriding with a bunch of his friends, and a train hit their car and dragged it about 700 yards. And the wreck stopped at the candy factory. So yeah, this should be the door. That's the door. Okay. And if I have everything lined up, well, I won't know, but yeah, I think I've got everything lined up here, so it's good. we have that problem too. We have that problem too. Welcome back, by the way, Spence. Welcome back. I need to pick up some more card shields from Arcane, if not from Arcane Fortress, from Dragonfire. Brett understands. Brett understands. Understands. Synchronicity, indeed. I was saying Brait because it's there's a New Zealand comedy show that was a big hit on HBO. It's called Flight of the Conchords. Wait, what was that? Hold up. And in Flight of the Conchords, there was Brett McKenzie, wait, it was Brett McKenzie and oh my God, Brett and Jermaine Clement. And whenever Jermaine would talk to Brett, that's the New Zealand accent that there's a very common New Zealand accent that is very hard to replicate. I think Pip would be cringing right now if she's watching. But it's very flat, and you hear it in Jermaine Clement's voice. And if you want to know who Jermaine Clement is, if you go back to look at the crab in Moana, that's Jermaine Clement. And it turns out he's voicing. Now I have a reason. I have a very, very, nothing against The Rock. I love The Rock, and I love Moana, but, exactly. But when I found out that Jermaine Clement, they got him to come back to voice the crab, I'm like, okay, I might have to see this live action movie then. Because apparently Jermaine Clement is a raging David Bowie fan. And when he played the crab, he said, I played and sang the song Shiny as an ode to David Bowie. So, right off the bat there.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Give me a moment. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'll be right back, everybody. Call of nature, but I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to do a quick little check-in with Pip because, yeah, there's something wrong with our AC. There's something horrendously wrong with our AC, which is never good, especially during summer. Okay. And let me just see here. Okay, save this draft. Cool. All right, I'm going to close that. And I'm going to tell Pip, yeah, that's good to go for you to look over. Now, why didn't I hear that? I should have heard that hello there. I should have heard that hello there because I'm pretty sure I got blurp in here. How you doing there, Z? How you doing there, Z? Okay. So, pardon me, I'm getting a little caught up on things. Oh, man. Your pipe froze yesterday, and here I am we're dealing with heat. Oh, okay. Okay, that's weird. Hang on. Yeah, I'm wondering, chat, if because usually my blurps work. So that's telling me that something might be wrong at blurp. I'll have to check that later. Anyway, thank you for double checking that, comedian. I appreciate it. Z, hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much for being here. Let me see what else we got. Just got to send Pip a quick message saying you can have a look at the episode details. Oh, come on, really? Episode details. I started editing them, but have a look. Okay. No, the air conditioner's pipe froze and it couldn't cool off the house. Ah, yeah. Yeah, we were apparently having a little, yeah, I saw that, Z. Thank you. I saw that, we were having the issue that they came here to fix the first time was that the pipes were clogged up. It turns out we had a coolant leak, which meant we had to replace the whole thing. Yeah. So when we moved into this house, there were not one but two air conditioning units, and we blew through a good chunk of change. We actually had to buy a new AC unit because the old one was literally blowing hot air, and they were mismatched, and there was all these other things, lot of stuff that the previous tenants didn't take care of, and that's been part of the restoration of the house. Has been trying to make sure that this place has been taken care of. I'm sure they had a lot. They had a lot of. They did what we did for a spell, which was we being me and Pip. We did this for a very brief time. We had ceiling fans everywhere, and it's my wish. Once I find a place to land and get a better income through the house, it is my intention to take out the ceiling fan here and put in some recessed lighting in here. In the media room, there's a couple of other fans that we want to take down. So yeah, the people that were here, I'm sure were very nice people, but they were renters, and they were treating the house like a rental property, not like a house, in my opinion. And it can be a money pit, comedian, but here's the thing: this house is so well built that really the improvements. The best improvement they made to this house, the original, the people that owned this house before we bought it, was they did blow out. They blew out two of the walls, which means we now have a open design between the family, the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen, and it's really lovely. And we We're very happy with it. Okay, let me get back to let's get back to here. So let's see. So we've got. But I thought, did I hear footsteps? Was that? Okay, so you hear me leave, or wait a minute, let me back that up. All right. Yeah, exactly, comedian. So that's me leaving. So right now there shouldn't be anybody in the house. And if it was Chase, there's an entirely different apartment suite on the other side of the house. But you're going to hear that door open again, because right now we're all outside. I believe we're all looking at the tree that kind of fell apart. Yeah, you can hear us outside. Chase is Win Brewer's partner. Really nice guy. Runs a floor shop out of their garage. Okay. Let's see. I'll send that to Pip. Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Give me a second here. Okay. So it's. All right, I have to ask. Let's just say position. All right. I mean, that is the best I can do. I can ask somebody if the job is available or not, and really, comedian. Your ghost tube said Chase. So you're running GhostTube as I do this. Is that what I'm picking up? Is that what I'm picking up here? Oh, I love that. I do love that. Okay, so heading back to this. Here we go.
Preach.
Breaked. Oh, and the thing with the accents, that's all my theater training coming out. Now, hold on. There's movement in there. Okay. All right. Yeah. Nope. Couldn't do that in my basement editing, having combos with the spirits. I'll stick to watching. I love you, man. I love you, Z. And just like you did with me in Destiny, baby, I'm going to take you on your first ghost hunt. I want you to be thinking about April next year. I want you to be thinking about the Ohio State Reformatory. And I'll give you a teddy bear to hug on to. Don't worry. It's also got an EMF meter just in case it goes off. You don't have to worry. Boo Buddy will protect you. We got it, baby. I got you, my friend. I got you. Okay. Yeah, so that was Win. So I think Win had come in briefly. I think that's what happened. Because if I remember correctly, somebody should be in there. Oh, they may be off camera. There you go. Yeah, it's Cindy. That's twice we got Bruno. And Laura. So here's something else that I wanted to point out too, chat, was that after that tree did its weird break, had its weird episode, its weird moment, whatever you want to call it. I remember that weekend we got a lot of names. We got a lot of names kicking up on GhostTube. I remember that. And that's the door closing again. That's interesting. Okay, then I think that was the last thing we had before I had the... Okay. So now I'm just watching here just to see what we got. Okay. Yeah, it did the pressure change first. Okay. And from this distance, I'm stressing that, from this distance, it looks like 3 lights, which is 5 milligauss. And again, if anybody's curious, milligauss is how they measure the intensities of electromagnetic frequencies. We get another pressure alert here. Or pressure change. And then we get another EMF of 2.5. So this was the way, I was telling the story about Charleston earlier, about lack of history and all that. the entire weekend was not a bust. I got a chance to get a one-on-one session. Well, one-on-one being OSI, the four of us, and this guy named Nick McGear. And he does a ghost tour, like a really hardcore ghost tour in Charleston, and it was just us. And that guy was amazing. He looked at us like, okay, you guys are serious about this. Then, bring some equipment, but I'll bring equipment of my own. I'm going to help you out with it as much as I can. And it was like almost like a mini boot camp. And one of the things that I remember he did was he said, when you see on this a milligauss of 1, it's no big deal because that's normal. We put out a milligauss of 0.1. The Earth puts out a milligauss of 1. That's normal. He goes, this thing only goes, just alerts. It goes off when it picks up something 2.5 or higher. And that's what he said. He said, when you get milligauss at 2.5 or higher, then you've got my attention, especially if there's very little to no activity. And in this room, there's very little to no activity in there. So that's interesting. Now, the whole thing about the pressure, it's a neat little ramp up to the milligauss. But when I was talking to Sean over at Ghost Stop, the only reason this device reads pressure and humidity is because the sensor that they use to measure temperature and EMF also happened to include pressure and humidity. So the designer of this said, well, I'll put that up there as well. It's kind of a non-starter. They wanted to make this device and they wanted to make sure that it measured temperature, EMF, vibration, and that was about it. And, have a temperature gauge. Pressure and humidity were just extras. And in the words of the guy that started Ghost Stop 19 years ago, he said, and I quote, the pressure humidity thing is a junk stat. So it's kind of nice to see it happen, but it doesn't necessarily mean what it means. Still nice to have, but yeah, it was very interesting. Which is why when they designed the when he designed the Solace, he was using different sensors, and it measures vibration, it measures electromagnetic frequencies, and it measures temperature, and that's it. If you were to ask me, is the trade-off between the EDI and the Solace worth it for pressure and humidity? Yes, because you have a lot more control over the Solace than you have over this device. I love this device, don't get me wrong, but the more I use the Solace, the more I'm like, well, Eddie, it's been a good run. The other thing, too, is that if something goes wrong with my Solace, I can take it back to Ghost Stop. This guy has completely, for the lack of a better term, no, I'm not being punny, he ghosted everybody. Not a deciding factor, just a fringe sensor that might give off environment info. Pretty much. But the other thing, too, about the Solace, my Solace is packed away right now, but you can have a look at the review that I did of the Solace. I think it's a better device because, one, if you have a problem with it, you have someone you can take it to. 2, it is also a very good device because it stores everything just like the Yeti does, and they have software on the GhostTube website that you can download, or you can use their website and their UI and look at the info. And 3, you've got that big touch screen. And that is just so much easier to manage than this. So there's that. So what was the ghost tube thing that we heard? What was that again? Not a clue. Not a clue what that's saying. Now, he didn't disappear in that respect. He just stopped returning people's emails. He is alive and well. Don't get me wrong. This guy, there's no foul play here. He just went dark. He just chose to stop, because he was supposedly working with Sean to do another version of this, and then he just stopped. He just said, even Sean said, yeah, he just stopped returning people's emails. Just went completely off grid. And the other thing, too, is that his site is still up. You can still go to Let me just double check. I think you can still go to sendtextparanormal.com. Let me just double check. The house I'm watching, I believe. Ooh, nice. Oh, there you go. Okay. We can do this together. Let's see here. Okay. Sentex Paranormal. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think it's official now. He is no longer doing the thing. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, this is not Sentex Paranormal. This is definitely not Sentex Paranormal. Okay. Let's try. I'm going to do this as a search. Yeah, his site is, you do a search for Sentex Paranormal and you get Facebook. That's it. Yeah, here it is. 3,500 followers, more than 3,500 followers. And the last post was March 20 on this website, on Facebook, March 25th. March 25th, 2019. I wonder what happens when you go to We Ghost Hunt. Yeah, site no longer has a connection. Yikes. Links, Sentex Paranormal, just to double check. It said holy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dang. Dang. Wow. Well, that's it. I guess then you're not going to be. So for anybody that wants another, his last post on Facebook was in 2019, and his website is completely now hacktamundo. Unreal. Wow. Wow. Is that Dorito out there?
Yes.
Okay.
He's being super cute.
Okay, that's weird. Those are my feet, by the way. That's not paranormal. Those are my feet. So the glitch is still happening in this video. I mean, it's cool, but yeah. Can you see what was said on the Ghost Tube that day? Not that far back. Not that far. So, yeah. It's not paranormal, it's paraphil. But I can just say that, yeah, that is definitely not normal. I think that was annoyed. Yep, that was annoyed. I'll have to tell Sean that. Well, see if we'll see if this person responds or not. Okay, that's pretty wild. That Okay, if that's the case, this is wild. It just said tree. It just said tree, and we're all outside of the tree. We're all outside of the tree. Okay, that's wild. That is wild. Now that would be considered paranormal. It's either breeze or please. I'm going to say breeze, unless, because Pip was keeping an eye on the Pip was, but, all right, hang on. Oh, yeah. It was a glitch. Yeah, that was a glitch. That was a glitch. It's so weird. It's so freaking weird. I have never had this happen. Okay. All right. So obviously, oh wait. Yeah, this is 22. Okay, so let me see here. I pulled this off of 2024, April through July, and this is July. Okay. So that would make this number 13. All right. First things first, I wanted to check this to see if I had any relevant footage on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Sorry, chat. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at this card, where these files are coming from. And I want to see if there's something else on this card that has a glitch. There's volume 1. Right. Oh, wow. Oh, I might have hit the jackpot. Everybody. Okay. And I believe that is, in fact... Yep, that's the footage. Well done, Past T. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm finding all kinds of footage here, chat. All right. So the question is, where's the rest of this footage? Okay, so there's 1, there's 2. One thing I am not crazy about with this smaller camera that I have is it never remembers the date. So it's very hard for me to do this, or to it's yeah, I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to have to go back off stream and look at this, because man, so this is what it does. Even if I have to, this is what happens, chat, when you don't categorize your stuff after an investigation. It piles up on you. So I've got these two, and I know for a fact these two are Linville Manor because it's the chair, right? It's the chair. The downside is though is that this other one, that is that's the Wayside Inn. That's going back a ways. Pardon the pun. Pun not intended, but it came out anyway, so there it is. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to go on ahead and I'm going to... Oh, wait a moment. Oh, that's different. That's, yeah. And I'm going to make the bold assumption that this was Nightwing that I was pulling from. Okay. These smaller cameras, chat, they're a crapshoot. They will either be the most reliable cameras you will ever work with, or they are just utter disasters. Naming schemes are all weird. It's okay. That was the. Okay, that is Clifton Forge. The other earlier one was Clifton Forge. That is also Clifton Forge. That is Wayside. If you're working with a larger group, do you agree with me on that? Because if you do, I appreciate that, because I would much rather get confirmation from someone who I don't see than. But sometimes I just think that interns who their job is to make sure that battery packs are, and they're not. Okay, that sounds like a public event. Okay, that's Clifton Forge. Oh, that's APS. All right. Even if I have a few things to But as I was saying, these smaller cameras, and what I define as smaller cameras are these cameras right here. You see them all the time, particularly in YouTube YouTube investigations. They're inexpensive, but there's a reason for that. They're inexpensive, and they just they're just they can be very challenging when it comes to reliability. And it's one of the things that irks me the most about it, because I want to use these cameras, but I have no idea from one to the next. I have no idea whether or not they will work or how reliable they are. One moment they'll be great, and then the other moment they're going to be terrible. And I remember I wrote to some of the other teams like Paranormal Quest and Amy's Crypt, and I said, "What kind of handheld cameras are you guys using?" And they said they had one. They were using one camera that literally they said, "Yeah, it costs about $500." And I'm like, for one of these, like small handhelds? I was like, nah, I'm not paying that much for a handheld. For a handheld, I'm like, nah, that's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I literally broke so many keyboards with some sort of electromagnetic energy when I would insert my CAC card in the Army, that they had a stack of them with my name on them, and when I would call down to maintenance, they would just bring up a new one. So these cameras, and this is the reason why I still attempt to use this camera, because it's a brand that I've worked with before, and it's a brand I can trust. These are Minoltas, and while I wait to see when these two files finish copying, I'm going to go on it. Actually, you know what? To continue with this, I'm going to go on ahead and I'm going to get the other one. Yeah. There's a reason I've kept it, but I'm not using it. Stand by, everybody. So if my buddy ZG is still out there, I'm sure he can attest to this. I don't use this camera anymore, but there's a reason why I hang on to it. I hang on to it because this is the first camera I ever used. Yeah, my walk-ons are not working at all. Huh. I'll have to look at that later. So I'm sure now ZG Photo that you see over in chat. ZG, he runs a fantastic channel of his own, and that channel is Zach Finds Fish. And one of the things that Z and I have this back and forth about is the similarities between paranormal investigation and fishing. And it just, the more I get into it, the more I'm like, maybe I would do well if I went out fishing with Zach. Because here's the deal. One of the things that's going to happen, at least as far as I know, is that when I make the trip, when I make the trip to Detroit, Z is going to take me fishing. Now, the last time I went fishing, it was a disaster. It was an utter disaster, and I hated every minute of it. But I also realized that's kind of the same thing with Destiny raids. First time I went on a Destiny raid, it was awful. And then I got in with Z, and I was like, oh wait, this can actually be fun. And so going back to it, but I'm going somewhere with this. So Z has heard me constantly say, and he's like, yeah, that's right, T. Paranormal investigation and fishing share a lot of things in common. The first thing is that you don't want to buy all the really cool gear and all the really cool equipment straight away. You want to buy something like within range and have a nice budget. And then you go out with a few things and you try. First, you see if you even like to fish. Same thing with paranormal investigation. I would never tell anybody to pick up one of these monster $1,300 cameras I have. Start with one of these. Always promote budget. Exactly. APB, baby. Always promote budget. But start with one of these. Then if you like it, then you start upgrading your gear. You start upgrading your equipment. The second thing about fishing and paranormal investigation, which are very similar, is that fishing for ghost video, well, that may be coming. You never know. But the thing is, they both share a lot in common, that it is very calm, very zen, very chill. And then you'll have 5 minutes of whoa, and everything is going bananas. You see it in Z's video when he's out there just enjoying the morning, then suddenly you see something tug on his line, and then Z's locked in. Same thing with paranormal investigation. You hear a thump, you hear a movement, you hear a voice, and then boom, bites on, bites off. See what I mean? I've known Z for years. The third thing I think that it has in common, and Z can correct me or not, but you hang on to things that have sentimental value in your fishing. Like, I would not be surprised if fishermen kept little keepsakes of their very first big catch, something like that. Call those bite windows. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, that would be the same thing in paranormal investigation. You have bite windows, right? But I kept this old camera, this very first camera that I had, because on my first camera, first outing, I caught an EVP with it. caught an EVP with this camera. And this camera did not last me. It lasted me 3 investigations, then it conked out. So, what brand is it? Zohulu. You know that. You know that very prominent name, Zohulu. I had my first bait that caught my personal best when I started to fish. See? Same thing here. Same thing here. Only difference is mine's a camera. And this was made by Zohulu. And I got this for less than $100, right? Now I've upgraded to this camera. So this camera is $100, and it came, actually this camera's $150. Came with all these little attachments and accessories and cool things that wound up being cheap as chips. They were absolutely horrible in how they were made. It was just, a nice little, but the reason why I bought this camera and all the accessories that came with it, it said it was optimized for night vision and paranormal investigation. Had a little IR emitter on it, but so there were all these nice little whammer whips and doodads about it. But the problem is that this camera was extremely and utterly unreliable. I couldn't count on it to film. Then we have this camera. And this is a similar camera, but when I bought this for $150, this is all I got was just the camera. That's all I got. And this camera is made by Minolta. So you should recognize that brand name, Minolta. And they both brag that they can do 4K. They both brag that they can, capture audio, which they can, very basic, but it's still audio. But is it audio that I can use? Oh God, no. No, it's terrible. But you see a lot of people start with $150 cameras and still use the $150 cameras. And if I'm doing this with this camera, that doesn't necessarily mean that if I can't do this with the camera, don't do that. It'll break something in your camera. Then this camera is not well built. But I can trust the Minolta brand because my first 35mm camera ever when I was in high school was a Minolta. So I found out that they do make these kind of little things here. Now, and there it goes. Okay. Something else. And if you're curious, yes, I did an entire 5-minute paranormal on the difference between a $150 camera and a $1,500 camera. And the difference between, I can tell you the first big difference between this camera and this camera, it's not size. It's optics. It's all about optics. These are digital. This is a digital optic, which means when I zoom in on something, there's a small computer board in this camera that looks at all the surrounding pixels and looks at all the surrounding shades and everything and says, okay, I'm going to emulate a zoom. And that's why you hear digital zoom so often. It does have a basic lens on the inside, but it doesn't go very far. But when you get in a digital zoom, the onboard computer takes over. When you zoom in with this is all physical optics. There are glass lenses in this. And these are the things that really make a difference in the definition. And you can zoom in and you never lose your clarity. It's because this is not digital zoom. This is optical zoom. So that's just, see again, and I tell people when they go, wow, you should do a video on this. Already did it. Any chance ghosts have to break electronics with electromagnetic energy? They do. There's only been, well, apart from what I'm seeing here, there's only been one instance, chat. One instance where I felt like, that's weird. And I do not dismiss it as coinkydink. And I'll explain to you what that is. So it was actually, I think it was this camera. This camera had been non-fail for many a time, right? And then I take it to this quaint little Pennsylvania town. And that quaint little Pennsylvania town is called Gettysburg. And we go to this quiet little spot in this quaint little town of Gettysburg. And that quaint little spot was known as Devil's Den. And I kid you not, chat. I kid you not. I take this camera in Devil's Den, this camera, and it is working. In fact, you've actually seen the clip. You know that clip that you see in my Be Right Back where I'm going through what looks like dead tall grass, and you hear two EVPs. One says, "It was a long day," and the other one was, "It was a pain to yell," right? So it was while I was filming that segment, Pip and I are descending into Devil's Den, and everything's fine, everything's good. I'm filming away, and then right in the middle of me filming, I swing the camera around to Phil, and the moment the camera hit Phil, it just shut down. Camera shut down, but it worked fine for the rest of the weekend, and it still works fine to this day. I just can't trust it because I had a second. I was so happy with this camera. I bought a second camera like this, and the second camera didn't even make it past 2 investigations before it failed, and I just said, well, I can't take that chance. But yeah, the only time that camera has ever failed me was freaking Devil's Den, and to this day I cannot explain what happened there. And the thing is, where it failed, that is the place where a lot of different paranormal investigators and news crews all come out and say, yeah, I can't, my gear just stopped working all of a sudden. And so there you have it. That kind of confirmation is both eerie as well as incredibly cool. I'm the first one to say that. Okay, so I want to just check something here real quick. I just want to check something. All right, so I've put in chat. Hello, come on. I have a short. I love these headphones, but I don't know if they're long for this world because one of the wires over here is failing. It's a shame too because these have been good. These have been very reliable, very good headphones for me. Okay. Okay, so I put in. Where are the other? I just had windows up here. I just wanted to. There we go. There you go. All right. So I want to just go into here. And you know what? This is, again, all part of the investigation process. Okay, so 20 should be this, right? Hello? Yes. Okay, so that's 20. All right, so let me see if I can find a different investigation. Okay, that's oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. I'm just going to grab this and drag it over to copy. Okay. And I know exactly where that is. That's Penhurst, everybody. That's Penhurst. Okay. I don't mind saying it too, chat. Penhurst is a place that breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart because Penhurst breaks my heart because of the way they're treating it. It's falling apart, but not for the right reasons. It's not falling apart because of time. It's falling apart because the people that have been charged to take care of it are not. And it sucks that's happening, but that's what's going on there. Okay, so while that copies, I'm gonna return my attention back to this. Okay, so you're welcome. You're welcome, comedian. I'm of the mindset that more places should be, and more places are doing this. I've noticed. At least what I say, the more reputable places. More reputable places, and I define those as being Wildwood Sanitarium, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. I believe the Ohio State Penn is also doing this. And I believe there is one close by us. I believe it's called the Blue Ball. If it's not called the Blue Ball Inn, there is a place in New Jersey I know of called the White House. Both Jason Hawes and Katrina Weidman have been there. And basically they rent out their locations to paranormal investigators, and the money they make off the paranormal investigation goes back into the restoration of the building. Trans-Allegheny's been doing this. Wildwood's been doing this. Linville Manor does this. And yeah, I feel like they got ghost hunters and they have more word down. It looks creepy to them. It's more than that. Don't know. For those people, now you're new to my channel, comedian. You're new to my channel, but I did an entire deep dive about what was happening at Linville. No, sorry, not Linville. What was happening at Pennhurst. Because it turns out that the people that own it, they're they are currently trying to get, actually they've sold the property, and the people who now own the deed to the property. Note I say the deed, not the mortgage, but the people that own the deed to the property, they are trying to sell it to an organization that makes data centers, and they're just going to raise it to the ground and put its huge data center on top of it. You'll find that discussion, comedian, in one of the archived Grim Gazettes. So you got to find it. Now currently it's on hold. The project's on hold, but the people who own the deed to Pennhurst are saying, "Oh no, this is happening. We're just gonna litigate it, and it's gonna happen." What's scary about that proclamation isn't necessarily what is happening with this property with Pennhurst. When you go to Pennhurst, it kind of came as a shock to me how close residences were to Pennhurst. And I can tell you right now, if they raise Pennhurst to the ground and build a data center on top of it, the people that are living in that area are going to have a really tough time selling their homes. A really tough time. Because that thing's going to be putting out a lot of noise, and it's going to be just sucking dry any of the resources that are nearby. So yeah. And I had a feeling that the reason I'm not that surprised that this happened to Pennhurst. So I went 3 years in a row to the Pennhurst Paracon. and I loved it. I loved the first two times. First two times I went and had a great time. The third time, which was with me and Pip, it was just me and Pip, and we paid for the top tier, the top tier membership to go because there was a lot of special stuff that they had done. Has anyone seen Poltergeist? I'm telling you, Bard. I'm telling you, Walker. And I'll tell you this too. They obviously didn't read my story in our anthology. Am I right? They did not read the story in my anthology. Just saying. The anthology that Phil and I put together, they didn't read that story. No, they did not. Exactly, Walker. Exactly. But in year 3, not only did they really kind of hose the people that were paying for the super. Well, there was general admission, then there was VIP, then there was RIP. The problem was that the stuff that they were giving out to the RIPs, they didn't make RIP as exclusive as they did last year. That was problem number 1. And then problem number 2, you got it. But problem number 2 was that we went back there and they had said, we closed 2 more buildings. So they had lost 2 more buildings, at least. Or no, let me rephrase that. Sorry, they lost 1 more building. There was a building that people had access to last year. They didn't have access to it this year. But one of the things they did do between the second Paracon that I attended and the third Paracon I attended was they opened up a gift shop. And the gift shop was effing huge. I mean, it was giant. And it was fully stocked with all kinds of bric-a-brac and T-shirts and all this stuff. And I'm looking around this thing, and I'm thinking to myself, this could have saved one of the buildings that was closed. Every year that we went back to the Penhurst Paracon, a new building was closed down. A new building was closed down. I'm like, that's not good. That is not good. And they were bringing people in. They had the guest list. They were bringing people in. And this past year, and actually, Pip was so mortified by this massive gift shop. She said, I'm done. And we didn't go back. And the following year, this past year, Twin Paranormal was there. And when I heard that, I said, F this on a stick. F this on a stick. If they're your jam, if you dig Twin Paranormal, awesome. But anyway, wow, that was a hell of a tangent. That was a hell of a tangent. Okay, let's get back to this and let's see what we got here.
Please.
What I'm doing right now, though, is I'm copying a file. And the file that I'm copying, I just want to see if the glitch is in there as well. Dawned? Yeah, dawned. And one of the things that I think that is worth pointing out, you'll notice that it went bing, bing, bing. You know, there were all these hits on GhostTube. It's one of the reasons why I'm a bigger fan of the GhostTube app and their suite than some of the other apps that are out there. A lot of random word generators, they will only... I just saw them last week. What is up with them? Okay, from what I understand, they used to be kid stars. And then, much like Sam and Colby, they latched on to this, to ghost hunting. And they now call themselves paranormal investigators. If you hate on them, it's because you hate people with tattoos. They have been dragged through the debunking mud by folks like Seg of the Side Eye Guy and Beardo. And that was how I was introduced to them. And as I'm watching them, I'm like, okay. And here's where I don't think you've heard me have this conversation before. I know a lot of you that are regulars to the channel have. So, comedian, I have a spectrum. The spectrum of paranormal investigation. There are two sides of it. There's paranormal investigation as entertainment, and that's on this side. And on that side, I would put people like Jason Hawes, Paranormal Quest, Amy's Crypt. I'd put on there Haunted Discoveries. This is a new show that I've just discovered on YouTube, and I'm going to be doing a 5-minute paranormal about them because I've been really impressed by what they've done. But you've got paranormal, you got Haunted Discoveries. You've got on the other side of the spectrum, you have Ghost Adventures, and that's paranormal investigation as entertainment. And on that side, you have Ghost Adventures. You've got Zach Baggins. You've got Sam and Colby. You've got Twin Paranormal. You've got Kelsey Davies. Okay. And if that is your jam, that's great. But please don't call what you do paranormal investigation. I guarantee you, nobody on Zach's crew, namely Zach himself, would be sitting down in front of a computer looking over this evidence. That's not his jam. Now, here's the flip side of that coin. My boss at Haunted Lynchburg Tours. So, full disclosure. Haunted Lynchburg Tours is owned by Ghost Stop, which means I am now an associate of Ghost Stop. Okay? So when I give these reviews, I'm going to try to be as open and honest about these, but I'm going to give you a fair warning that I am an associate, but I'm going to give you an honest breakdown of this. even if it cost me my job. But, and I don't think this is me telling tales out of school, but my boss over at Lynchburg Haunted Tours, she said to me, I've met Zach Baggins, and he could not be a nicer guy. A sweetheart. And he buys stuff from us all the time. I don't like what he does, but he invests in our gear. And I'm like, okay. So, you know, that just kind of reinforces for me the idea that there are two sides of this paranormal spectrum. Investigation is entertainment, and just flat out entertainment. And I don't want to yuck anybody's yum, but you can't, you know, when I have to put on my best theater face, when people say, oh, when I mention some of the gear, they go, oh yeah, like Sam and Colby. And I'm like, yep, like Sam and Colby. And I don't mind saying it. I actually gave Sam and Colby a dressing down when they went to Linville Manor. You can actually see that in our previous season. The thumbnail says Linville is no joke. And he's nice to us. He's really mean to the ghosts and draws out the negative and angry ones that will hurt the other's souls that are there. I hate it, but that's me as a medium. Yeah, I hear you, comedian. And you probably noted that from our Angie. You know, I thought that was intentional. If you missed the R, it still works. Angie. He makes them all Angie. But the truth is that you'll notice that when we go into a space, we try to keep things as above board and as respectful as we possibly can. I think that's the least we can do. Oh. No, thanks. I don't think I'm going to do that. Okay. All right.
Don't yell at me, will ya? Don't yell at me. I know, baby. I'm doing my best.
Oh, she's the best. She's the best. I tell you what. That's Cindy. Cindy is the medium or sensitive. I think that's what she prefers. I don't know what she prefers. It's been a while since I've worked with Cindy, but Cindy works with APS, and she's the best. She's the best. Ooh, protect.
Don't yell at me. I know, baby. I'm doing my best.
What a sweetheart. What a sweetheart. Another glitch. And more voices from outside. I believe. Yes, it did. Okay, so now I can go on ahead and I can unplug that. Woo! This little puppy got hot. Okay. It's the first thing. That'd be another thing I would say, and this is, I don't know if this is so much for ghost hunters because I hope Zach does this. There's something to be said about keeping an archive of original footage. This is 5 years worth, nearly 5 years worth of footage. It's actually tempting for me to go back to the original, the first ever, and we do a live viewing of that original footage, and we just see what just do a live stream on. Hey, this is what it looks like when you go back after 5 years. Because man, the equipment we were using then, we were so raw, we were so freaking raw. See, the thing about I know that at one point, particularly for kindred spirits, I remember there was a point where there was a prickly spirit. You know, it was funny because I think they had to ramp it up for TV. I need to go back and revisit that with Win, but I think that they built it up to be something a little more prickly. Because I remember he said, yeah, the lurkers kind of, they had I think Win told me, we had to kind of, beef up the danger a bit. He goes, the lurker, and he does have a ghost there, which he calls the lurker. He goes, the lurker is a bit of a bristly kind of spirit there. And he says, but he doesn't do anything to you. He just stares at you, and it's just kind of annoying. But I have to ask him because at one time they were talking about like he said, yeah, I need to recharge the iron spike. The lurker's getting a little mischievous again, or something along those lines. They pour ominous words in the word banks. Not always a negative reason behind the words when they use them. No, and it all depends on the approach. And I know that the word bank, for example, I don't particularly use Spirit Talker because I feel like Spirit Talker goes straight for the jugular, right? I'm currently working on a review. It'll take a while before I get to it now because I have other things I want to get to first. But I'm also working with an app started up by a paranormal investigator that I really like, and it's called Ghost Chatter, and it's trying to do a lot of things that GhostTube is doing. So I noticed that it's been going to a lot of the same answers. And Ghost Chatter, I will say that Ghost Chatter, its creator, Connor Biddle, Connor has explained how it works, and that kind of transparency is refreshing, and it's great to see. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll have to look back and look at some of the different things that have happened with it in investigation and go, okay, I'm going to give it one more outing. And then say, all right, now I'm going to write the review. So there's kind of that. There's kind of that. All right. Okay. All right. What am I going on here? I think what I want to do real quick, everybody. Again, I don't think I'm going to put. Well, I may put. I may put the 15-minute BRB because I need to refill on this, and then I gotta figure out when I'm going to be heading back out. Well, actually, I need to text my boss and double check with her on some stuff because I want to make sure that I don't miss the script when it's ready to go. And so that being said, let me go on ahead and let me take a break. When we get back, we will resume the analysis and look at Linville Manor. Okay? So thanks, everybody. I will be right back.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did you just whisper?
Were you scared? Was this long grass here? When you faced against the Confederate Army? Or when you faced against the Union Army?
Only 1.
1 a.m.
Almost 1. Hasn't felt like 6.5 hours.
No, it has not. It has not.
No, I know.
Heard that too, babe.
Yeah. Hello?
We're just going to introduce ourselves, and then we are going to sit in silence to give you a chance to introduce yourself. My name is T.
My name is Pip.
My name is Val.
Hi, I'm John Walker to my friends, and hopefully we can count you as those.
Well, you just got a yes from here, or at least you got the candle lit here.
Oh, well,
So
nice to meet you.
I think that's a good sign.
Yes. Yep.
Did you all hear that?
I did hear that.
That was, yeah.
It sounded like a,
It sounded like, well, I thought it sounded like movement over there.
No, I heard a voice.
I heard a voice like a, Is that you, Mary?
Okay, did you all just hear that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you all hear that?
Yes.
We're not any type of organization. You're okay. You're gonna be okay. You can talk to us. We're here friendly and respectful. We're not an organization in any way. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're very friendly and we come with full respect. Are you scared? Nervous maybe? A lot of people, huh? Yeah.
So I tell you what. Yeah? If you're good with us going back to the mess hall and having somebody else try to talk to you. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay, well then, all right, calm down. In the words of Ted, calm down. But let us grab our gear, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna go. No, we're not going. We're just moving to a different spot to talk to you. Is that good? Is that okay? If you want me to back off, you gotta go up to the blue light. The REM pod is Phil's. The REM pod's Phil thing. The blue light is my thing. No.
No.
What if I asked please? Because you're right. I'm in the South. I should know my manners. If you want me to back off, you gotta go up to the blue light. The REM pod is Phil's. The REM pod's Phil thing. The blue light is my thing. No.
No.
It sounded like no.
What if I asked please? Because you're right. I'm in the South. I should know my manners. If you want me to back off, you gotta go up to the blue light. The REM pod is Phil's thing. The blue light is my thing.
No.
No?
No.
It sounded like no.
What if I asked please? Because you're right, I'm in the South. I should know my manners. If you want me to back off, you gotta go up to the blue light. The REM pod is Phil's thing. The blue light is my thing.
No.
No?
No.
It sounded like no.
What if I asked please? Because you're right, I'm in the South. I should know my manners. If you want me to back off, you gotta go up to the blue light. The REM pod is Phil's thing. The blue light is my thing.
No.
No?
It sounded like no.
What if I ask please? Because you're right, I'm in the South. I should know my manners.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice. That was a bad... These people are shooting at me. I'm going to voice my displeasure. Here. There you go. There you go.
That was very unpleasant.
Hang on a minute, Steve. I'm coming for you.
I wouldn't recommend it. They're all shooting at me. They're all
Who loves you? Who loves you, buddy?
Okay, all right.
Who loves you? Who loves you? Who loves you? I love you.
My family does.
I love you. I love you too. I love you too. You albino.
Nick probably does.
You albino god you. You blind albino god you. You know. I got steaming undies for you in the worst way. I do. I love you so much.
Oh my god! Shut up.
Chat, we take this act on the road. That's the best bit. Well, I have ascending dots on my PKE meter here, so.
Yeah, that's what I was burning up. What is the?
Still says it's ascending. Oh, Steve!
It's over there. It's done. Let's blast it. Rap's going out.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh, I found a. Hey, wait, where'd that rift come from? I think we knocked it out of Steve's hands.
No, it was in that room. I saw it. It was like, ah.
Bye, Steve.
Get him in there. Get him in there.
Okay. All right.
Get this rift. Concentrate on the rift.
Pack's about to overheat.
That's fine. Take the rift.
I don't like the way he says that. I don't like the way he says that. Is he sneaking up behind us?
I'm just excited that I found it.
What is my name?
Yeah.
My name is Sabotage Your Backpack is what my name is.
Uh-huh.
My name is Sabotage Your Backpack.
Uh-huh. Right.
You
All right.
All right, my friend.
Okay. Going back in.
Going back in. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna play a little harmonica.
Oh wait, before you go back in, Steve, there was somebody who had a question for you. How are you handling the dark?
Oh, fine.
I mean,
because I'm not having to move around and I don't need to see where I'm going. I'm fine.
There you go.
All right, say goodbye, Steve.
Okay.
Say goodbye, Steve. Goodbye, Steve.
Oh, can I get your light? Thank you.
Let's see if we can talk to Jack again, because last time we were here.
How about a little harmonica?
Yeah, give a little harmonica for Jack.
You can.
You can.
Chords.
I am playing chords.
Chords, yeah.
Keep playing.
Keep playing then, Phil.
That's good.
You don't have
have to know anything about the movies or the books to be able to get into the show, because it is set thousands of years before any of the books or movies anyway. So it's been really great to just obviously be able to kind of just sit down and watch it and just enjoy it for the lore for what it is. My favorite episode so far actually has been, actually the pilot was really good, but I actually really enjoyed episode 6, which was the especially the ending there with the creation of a certain volcano that I'm really excited to be able to see more of, and seeing how that kind of develops. Don't tell me, because you've seen episode 7. Anyway. But T, what's been your favorite episode?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. The one in Casa Doom where Durin says to... Oh, you haven't seen that one yet? You haven't? Dude, why are you here?
No, stop it!
I get it. No, hang on.
Safe space.
F that, dude, why are you here? You should be back in your room watching Lord of the Rings Rings of Power right now. So the thing I liked about, first off, when it comes to on-screen bromances, we thought we had the ultimate in the original trilogy, but let's be honest, there's never been a better bromance on television than Elrod and Durin. I mean, when Durin says, what was that?
They were
behind us. So yeah, I mean, when he said, and not just that, what makes them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T, they call me T-Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. 10 years. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision, and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person, whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Oh no! I can. We can all hear it. We can all hear it. Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
Oh God! I actually saw it move.
I've got some. Then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. There's some DC. 7 inch. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. Very
God, I actually saw it move.
Really?
I saw it.
My favorite song is the Rude Sandstorm. It goes like this.
Did it just say sandstorm?
Yes.
Oh my god, I got.
Yes, it freaking did. That was one of the goofiest things to ever happen to us. Yeah, and I love Boo Buddy because of it. I really do. The random word triggers how people perceive the answer, so they change the energy that the ghost might have in the moment. Yeah, there's certain word banks that I really do put a lot of faith into. GhostTube being probably the biggest one. The Ovilus. The Ovilus. The Ovilus is a funny bird, because I know it's got a hell of a good reputation, but I don't know. I'd rather use GhostTube. And finding out how the Ovilus works, and then looking at how the word bank that Ghost Stop developed in the Envoy 2. Yeah, I think Ghost Stop has simplified the process quite a bit. And that, I got to say, has been the coolest thing about working at Ghost Stop, is I'm getting a behind the scenes look at how some of this stuff is put together. And I will say this, and I will defend Ghost Stop till the cows come home. I really think that the products there are made with a lot of love and a lot of care. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. Okay, I wanted to drop a quick line. Speaking of which, I want to drop a quick line to... Okay. All right, so let's jump back in, shall we? Let's go back in. Okay, here we go. And one of the things I find interesting, too, is that the REM pod has not gone off at all. The only devices that have gone off consistently have been, well, not consistently, that have gone off, period, has been GhostTube, which, I mean, random word generator, so there's that. But also, I'm noticing that the hits on GhostTube have been slowing down. And I got two hits off of the Fast Eddie. Okay, that sounds like dark, which it's not, because it's daylight. Sounds like it's saying fatal. So I'll go with that. It sounds like it sounds and looks like by the sound that we all come back here. So one thing I wanted to check. Let me just pop over here. No, pardon me, everybody. So this is... I just want to play a few minutes of this, and I just want to see if it glitches at all. I mean, here's the original. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Okay. Here we go. And again, for some reason, it was not recording with sound around this time. Obviously, I fixed that. I know I fixed that, but holy Hannah. But I just want to play this for a few minutes just to see if it glitches at all. Because if it's going to glitch somewhere, it's going to glitch here. It glitched. It glitched. So it's not, it isn't. So what does this mean? It means I've looked at other stuff on this card. And yeah, there are glitches on this card. So gonna give it another one just to see if it glitches a second time. But that glitch right there is telling me that it wasn't Linville, it was the card. The card has either developed or has from the beginning has had some type of glitch about it. And from what I understand, we were, oh geez. Yeah, it's glitching hard because, take a look, it's still playing, but it's frozen. All right. So either A, the ghosts of Linville and the ghosts of Penhurst really didn't want us filming there, or B, the card has a glitch in it. So, or the card is slightly defective. I'm beginning to think that the card is slightly defective. Does this ever clear up? Oh, it does. Okay. Yep. It's there's something odd with the card. Okay. All right. And you know what? Nothing wrong with that. I'd rather talk about this from a more informed and educated point of view. 5:30 should be fine. Yeah, sure. 5:30 heard. All right. So 5:30 it is. All right, then I can basically stream until about I can pretty much stream until 5 if I want to. So that's good. Okay. You know what? And I don't mind saying, chat, it's very satisfying to be able to go, ooh, was it the card or was it something there, and then to find out that it's the card. No, I take a lot of satisfaction in that. So I'm going to save this, though. And there you have it. And there you have it. And this should be us all coming back inside. It is sweltering outside, everybody, but we found it Edwin. Heard Hazel. Hazel, is that okay, that was another word. Thanks everybody for... Huh. So just us being outside, 27 hits. Of course it was. Did any of the devices go off? Did anybody see any devices go off? But I do find that fascinating that we got tree and we were all outside looking at the tree. That I find very, very fascinating. That was me.
Wait a minute.
I forgot to say that. That was me.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, basically, I see you all the way up. It's gotten 27 hits.
Wow, we're out. Annoying, well.
Annoying.
I've got that.
Well, we did, but I know chat was asking about Edwin, and we did have an instance.
Well, we got tree. It said tree.
Considering
It said annoying tree.
Considering we were just talking about
The tree probably did annoy you when it fell.
Right.
It said annoying tree and then peace.
Huh.
I still, like I said, I haven't found Teresa, but at least one Virginia Bowie named Edwin. So there is that.
Okay.
A lot of Edwards. A lot of Edwards.
That was also like the hottest.
The name.
That was the name of the time.
My dad was named Edward. But not seeing any. I'm not seeing any Teresas. Only one Thomas. Twerps. I just find it amazing, chat. I'm just throwing this out there while we watch this. The amount of people losing their minds over Widow's Bay, I think, is just brilliant. Because I've been such a stan for the show. But no Teresa's.
I said no.
But no Teresa's. No Teresa's.
I said no.
I said no. No Teresa's.
So you made, whoever is here with us, you made the orange box beep twice. Of course, I was the only one to see it. Could you make that happen again? Please?
I'm weak.
I'm sure it took a lot out of you to make that box go off twice. I want to see it. Could you make that happen again? Please? And again, it's up to you if you find it paranormal or not. But the fact that I asked a question about it doing something again, and the random word generator comes out with "I'm weak," that's really hard to just dismiss. So the card is defective. I 100% believe in looking for every logical reason of an anomaly. Otherwise, you start losing yourself, and I've seen a lot of people lose grasp on reality. Yeah, I agree. And Teresa isn't the right name. Was I looking up the wrong name? Yeah, I was. There was something in the log, I think, that said Teresa, because I think Pip was checking the log after we had come back in. But for me to say, yeah, you made the box go off, can you do it again? And then automatically coming out with "I'm weak." And I wouldn't say that the card is corrupted. The card, because if the card was corrupted, well, when I kept saying Teresa, I said no. I'll have to double check that. But I don't think the card is corrupted. What I think of the card being corrupted, you can't access any of the information on it at all. That to me is corrupted. This is just, damaged. This is a damaged card, or it's a card that out of the box it's not performing as well as other. And I tend to keep my cards very much like I think I have pretty much every card in here except for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, most of the cards in here, with the exception of maybe 6, maybe 7 cards, they're all Gigastone. And they've all been pretty reliable. But you know what? It's going to happen. It's going to happen. If I'm going through these many cards, when I go through these many cards, there's going to be bound to be one that's going to be a little faulty. So it'll be interesting to see how rough some of these other clips are, particularly the overnights. But yeah, we'll see. I have other camera sources I can go to. That's the thing. Could you make that happen again? Please?
I'm weak.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty freaking good.
It took a lot out of you to make that box go off twice, but I would love it. I would really appreciate it if you made it go off a second time.
Wow! I totally forgot about that. Let's freaking go.
Can I get a hell yeah?
I love doing this live. I just so love doing this live. Oh, man. And I picked that up. Oh, my God. Okay. So the weird thing is, I heard that, but for some reason it came out of the wrong speakers. That's odd. Okay. Well, at least it worked. Oh man, that felt good. That felt really good. All right. Let me edit this. Can I? I can. Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, let me see if I can do this. Oh, I can. Oh, thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Sorry, making my own clips here. Yep. And we're going to apply that. And I'm going to save that clip. See, I heard it come out of I actually heard it come out of somewhere. And I thought I heard it come out of these headphones, but that's weird. Let me just let me see if I can. First off, I'm going to copy that link because I'm really, really happy with that. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So for anybody coming in late to this and you missed it, let me bring you up to speed. So I was just saying that I was asking whatever resides there, hey, can you do this again? And it said I'm weak, and then this happens. So you made, whoever is here with us, you made the orange box beep twice. Of course, I was the only one to see it. Could you make that happen again? Please?
I'm weak.
I'm sure it took a lot out of you to make that box go off twice, but I would love it. I would really appreciate it if you made it go off a second time. That is so freaking cool. That is so freaking cool. Been doing this 5 years and it never ceases to amaze me. So now the question is, now comes the real kicker. Can I, because the sad thing about this whole thing, and that to me is, just so you all know, this is Linville in a nutshell. This is Linville in a nutshell. It just, you know, you have direct conversations. Ads are starting in about a minute, everybody. But that kind of response back and forth, hey, can you make that do that again? I'm weak. Yeah, I know it took a lot out of you, but can you just go on ahead and just give it a shot? And then it does it. It just does it. And I freaking love that. I freaking love that. Oh my God. Wow. 5 years and it doesn't get old. It just does not get old. Okay. So let me just see here. All right. So I have to find on here. Okay, so we're going to go up, and I'm going to import in some more stuff here. Now, I've only got 3 files for Nightwing. It should just pop up here just fine. And, okay. So maybe it'll be the second one. Let's just see what let me see what happens when I've got this. There we go. See where this person. What I'm bringing to the symposium, which is yeah, but it's yeah, it was the high pitch sound. I got a REM pod hit. You know, it's like, okay, great, but what does that mean? What does that mean? And what is your okay? Obviously, that's not it. So okay, so this is 59 minutes. So let me just see here.
The wallpapers that she picked, and
Yeah.
it seemed really
Doing it.
right. And that was another.
A tractor putting up these.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this isn't 59 minutes. It's 59 seconds.
Very involved with the.
All right. So let me see if that starts there. So this means that I've got hopefully I've got a file on here that has. Sadly, I'm blocking. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm blocking the Fast Eddie. I'm blocking Fast Eddie, and the other camera, Fast Eddie, is behind it. So yeah. Oh, you can't physically hear it. Yeah, it's a high pitched sound. It's a very high pitched sound. I mean, there are still ways I can get around it that I can mark it in the video, but yeah, but I want to see first if I can get, or if I can find, do I have, can the card read? Ooh. Yeah, it's being consistent about this, unfortunately. If I did that. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. So I'm just going to pick some random stuff here, and I'm going to see if it copies over any better. Oh, that's a little annoying. I make no bones about it. That's a little annoying, but I can work with it. I believe I can work with it. I can do this. I can do this. I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go here. Boop. Okay, it's in the green now. And let's see. I want to try New folder. Okay. Okay. I just want to see if these unidentified. Sometimes I get lucky, and the things that are unidentifiable or are not automatically showing up as video files. Yeah. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'll do this. I will go on ahead and I will go back to that beeping sound just to make sure I get it. Oops. Appreciate it if you made it go off a second time. So I actually got it. Okay. And sadly, I don't think you get my facial reaction, which is probably going to be pretty epic. But I mean, that is this place in a nutshell. If you made it go off a second time.
Well, there you go.
That's really hard to just
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
Wait a minute. Back up. Back the F up. Holy Hannah. Comedian, are you catching this? Are you catching this? Earlier in this video, this went off and went Bruno, and your ghost tube said 28. Look at this. Box go off twice, but I would love it. I would really appreciate it if you made it go off a second time.
Well, there you go.
That's really hard. And then, whoops, nope. That's really hard to just
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
But your ghost tube said 28 earlier. Your ghost tube responded with 28. That is either hella random. That is either hella random or hella paranormal. One or the other. Can I get a hell yeah? I have it confirmed. You know what? I'm going to actually scroll back. The only thing I don't have here, but I can get timestamps later. Yeah. I'm going to go on ahead and just take a quick screen cap of this because that is effing wild. That is just effing wild. Okay. Screen cap taken. That is bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers. Want me to send you a crazy video I took of your guys' investigation? I used GhostTube I mean, look, if you've got that, the best thing to do is once you get the video ready for me to be seen, post it either, well, you can either post it on YouTube and then put the link in paranormal on our Discord, or Grim Gazette, either one. But that would be the easiest. It would be easiest if we did it this way. If we did it using Discord, that would be the easier way to do it. But yeah, that's amazing. Wow. Oh my God, that is crazy pants. That is crazy pants. And I'm going to have to share that with Pip. That's gonna blow her mind. Unreal. Meanwhile, I've got this screenshot. I'm gonna move this screenshot in here into. 28 appears in chat. And today's date is the 11th. 2026. 07/11. That's wow. Yeah, Phil and I are going to have to chew the fat over that one. We are definitely going to have to chew the fat over that one. That's All right. There we go. That's really hard to just blow.
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
And I'm just gonna also. I'm gonna have to do one of those interruptions, from the editing suite. A pressure change popped off, and then.
Okay. We had a K2 hit. Infant. Yeah, we just had a K2 hit. And
a pressure change popped off, and then.
Okay. We had a K2 hit.
Infant.
And that's the thing. And you see, this is the thing. We could probably go through this footage, right? We could probably go through this footage pretty easily. And just, and pick up maybe a couple of things here. We could probably go through the entire thing and not pick up any sort of EVP or shadow figure or whatever. But it's this kind of activity. The activity of, look, I know you said you're weak, but can you do it again? And then the device goes off. And then 28 pops up, and that is straight out of this conversation we're having right now. And that's really, really hard to just dismiss as it's really hard to dismiss that as just it's happenstance. I'm serious. These ghosts really talk a lot with you guys, and they really respond and talk to me through your investigations. That's why I had to start jumping on your streams. And welcome on in, comedian. Welcome on in. I appreciate you being here. I do. Do remember, and I've promised this to Phil. I am always going to be the hard to convince, right? I'm always going to be that guy that's hard to convince. And I want to try to be as critical as possible. As you saw with me deducing that, yeah, the glitches are not paranormal. The glitches were coming from the card. Like the calls are coming from inside the house, right? But when you get that type of activity, man, that's just hard to dismiss. Now, I'm gonna come back to this, but I want to see if I see that. I want to see if I can see the K2 hit or not. Go off a second time.
Well, there you go.
That's really hard to just blow.
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
And I'm just going to also add a pressure change. That's oh, there it is. Look at that bad boy go off. Oh, God, this kind of stuff makes me happy. K2 meter. Let's freaking go, baby. Okay, now the question is does the K2 meter pop better here than on the okay. I've done readings, and when I tell people the things they have in their homes as they were when the person was alive, it gives me the chills. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was actually talking about this with Spence, which comedian you might want to pop in sometime on Resonant Moon's streams, and enjoy their Tarot Tuesdays. They're the ones that are teaching me how to tarot. Spence and I go back a ways, and they are a delightful individual, and they're teaching me right now how to tarot. And and every Tuesday every Tuesday they do a Tarot Tuesday reading, and their Tarot Tuesday is part readings and also part podcast, because we are recording live a podcast called Outrageous Fortunes, and that is Spence teaching me how to tarot. And they're very gifted at what they do. Very gifted. They've gone on several investigations with us, and yeah, just not a bad word from me concerning Resonant Moon. They're all kinds of awesome. But right now, I want to get that K2 meter. Look at you go! Look at you go, little K2 meter. Good job, little K2 meter. Good job, little K2 meter. Mr. Topham Hat will be proud. Now I'm just ridiculously giddy. Okay. So I'm going to compare the hit from the K2 meter on the infrared versus the K2 meter on the full color cam. Chances are we're going to give Alex the full color. All right. So let me go back to Fast Eddie here. And then let's see. I need a proud top. Nah, not. Sir Topham Hat always bothered me. I was always waiting for the paddy wagon to pick him up, and he's like, the train, as he's carried away. No, the trains do talk to me. They talk to me. Don't you see the faces? Anyway, that box go off twice, but I would love it. I would really appreciate it. My kid was crazy about Thomas the Tank Engine back in the day.
Well, there you go.
That's really hard to just
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
And I'm just going to also add a pressure change. That's the first time I ever... Well, actually, it shows up pretty well on infrared. Shows up pretty well on infrared. Add a pressure change. That's the first time I've ever seen it. A pressure change.
Interesting. What does it mean?
A pressure change popped off, and then...
Okay. We had a K2 hit... Infant.
It's all popping, and that's another thing I think is interesting. My nephew lives with us is too. Yeah. One of the coolest things I remember my first trip to New Zealand. I had a picture of me. This is before Sam was able to join me, but first trip I ever took over there, I had a picture of me taken in a little Thomas the Tank Engine thing, and they thought it was the coolest thing in the world. And I can't remember if I brought back a Thomas the Tank Engine or if I found one elsewhere. Man, for the longest time in their stuffy collection, they had a Thomas the Tank Engine. And if you were asking me who did I enjoy the most as the station manager, the host of the different readings, I loved George Carlin. I freaking loved George Carlin reading it. Ringo sounded too much like Ringo. But I also have a soft spot for Ringo. I think Ringo is the most maligned. Yeah, he was probably the weirdest of the Beatles. Probably. I mean, you know, with the Octopus's Garden, the Yellow Submarine, and all that. I mean, he was probably the weirdest. But let's be honest. And I'm reflecting on this because I asked George Hrab about this. So okay, quick little tangent. I have a buddy from podcasting, wickedly talented musician, a guy by the name of George Hrab, Hrab. He is also extremely skeptic, and every time I see him at an event, I go, "Hey, George, can I tell you about my relationship with Jesus Christ?" Because he knows I'm a born again Christian, and he just looks at me and he goes, oh, "Again," and we go all every time. I love George. I love George to death. He is such a great guy and such a talented musician. And I asked him, what is it about Ringo that bothers people where they say he is the least talented of the Beatles? Because he was with the Beatles. You know, it's not like he is, you know, yeah. And George even said, yeah, he is one of the most maligned of all the Beatles. And I would say, and he even said, I would dare say, Ringo had the toughest job of any of the Beatles, because remember, he had to keep time. He had to keep time. He had to set the pace and set the beat of whatever the Beatles were doing. And if there's one thing you can say about Ringo Starr, he was and is one of the most consistent drummers. And that's what you want in a drummer. You want a drummer that is talented, yes. You want a drummer that can do things like Neil Peart from Rush and Lars Ulrich from Metallica. You want those expressive drums, but you also want somebody that you trust and who always sets the tempo. And you can say a lot of things about Ringo, but one thing you can't say is he was not a bad drummer, because he always kept the tempo. And listening to George, and George himself is a drummer. George himself is a percussionist. And listening to a percussionist talk about Ringo Starr made me go, okay, cool. Yeah, he was probably the weirdest of them all, but you know, yeah, aren't we all a little? Exactly, comedian. We're all we're all a little. Wait, what did the Mad Hatter say? We're all a little odd, or something like that. So yeah, yeah, but. And you know, I don't think Alec Baldwin was bad either but Alec Baldwin, if I remember correctly, Baldwin didn't. We are all a little mad here. Exactly. Yes. But if I remember correctly, Alec Baldwin never read the stories. That's when they got the actual. There was a professional, I guess a professional reader that would do, you know. He had a voice that was very British, but also slightly American. And Mr. Topham Hatt was cross. You know, he had a real rhythm to the readings of Thomas the Tank Engine. But listening to Ringo say Sir Topham Hatt was cross, you know, it was like, you could see him there with a hookah, puffing away. Right, mate. What take is this? Take 35. Right, okay. Sir Topham Hatt was cross. Oh, we got it. Yeah, right, mate. Right, okay. Next page. Bless you, Ringo, wherever you are. Okay.
Infant. Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And, well, so that went off.
That one was you.
Before it did not. But before, yeah, because I was...
Okay, wait, what? Did she just debunk it?
A pressure change.
Interesting. Wait, is it me?
A pressure change popped off, and then...
No.
Okay. We had a K2 hit. Infant. Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And, well, so that went off.
That one was you.
Before it did not. But before, yeah, because I was... Closer. Because
Closer,
I was doing,
No kidding.
Infant. Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And, well, so that went off.
That one was you.
Infant. Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And, well, so that went off.
Is that morning or warning? Morning or warning?
We just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And, well, so that went off.
That one was you.
Before it did not.
not.
But before, yeah, because I was
Closer. Closer.
And then closer.
Yeah, because
Infant.
Infant.
yeah, we just had a K2 hit.
Pardon
and I
me.
was like, is that me? And well, so that went off.
That
but
one
I
was
did
you.
it Before.
Before it did not.
But before, yeah, because I was
Closer.
because
Closer,
I was doing,
Alex.
No kidding. No kidding.
Why? Closer.
It's still going off. Still going. It's going up into the yellow.
Are you-
Infant.
Infant.
Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, is that me? And well, so that went off.
That
but
one
I
was
did
you.
it Before.
Before it did not.
But before, yeah.
Oh, shoot. I love this. Following and looking forward to watching your channel. I'm about to subscribe on YouTube. P.S. I've been connected to the paranormal since childhood, so it's nice to be acquainted. Cheers. So, I'll tell you why that. There you are! There you are! Oh, dude, what a pleasure, man. What a pleasure.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Oh, my God. Hello, hello. And it's art or art school damage. Okay. Or yeah, art school damage. Oh, that's so funny. How are you? Christian? Pleasure to meet you, Christian. I am one. But I'm T. Nice to meet you. My name is T. Call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. Nice to make your acquaintance. As you see, I'm not only a raging fan of Widow's Bay, but I am also a proud ghost hunter. And it's a pleasure to meet you as well. So let me back this up. This is all happening on YouTube right now for anybody on Twitch, because I am multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And let me back this up. So during that 15-minute break, I was scrolling through threads as I do during my break, and let's see, chatting with you right now. And this nice gentleman, Christian, was just saying, he put a poster of Widow's Bay, and he said, "Dear Algo, please connect me to more Widow's Bay fans and content and threads. I would like to have a former Widow's Bay community here, please and thank you." I immediately responded by saying, "Hey, been watching since the first episode dropped. I'm a ghost hunter, and I posted to the Widow's Bay review that I did. And now we're talking. And well, the good news is, Christian, this weekend we do have a premiere for part 2, not of this, but we have part 2. You had me a ghost hunter. You're gonna fit right in here. But part 2 of my investigation. Sorry, our investigation. OSI being myself and Phil Rossi, and then when they're available and around, my wife and Phil's wife, Pip and Tina, respectively. But the 4 of us are going back to the most haunted location here in Lynchburg, Virginia, which is called the Rockin' Cradle House. So if you want to get caught up, you got plenty of time, because now here's the thing. I just got Phil and Tina turned on to Widow's Bay. So, and Tina is commuting currently between Northern Virginia and Lynchburg. So we can't see the latest episode until this Saturday. And it's so please, no spoilers. Not that you would, but I have already figured out that apparently something is going on at the lighthouse, and I'm like, but no, Pip and I started being my wife. Pip and I started watching the show Widow's Bay, chat, since its first drop in, I want to say, April or May, and we have been loving it, and it just feels like in the last 3 weeks, this show has exploded, and now everybody's talking about Widow's Bay. I think what happened was they had an embargo on reviews for it, and then after 5 episodes, they said, "Okay, now you can drop your reviews." So what it is about, comedian, is it basically, the way I describe it is picture Twin Peaks. Picture Gravity Falls. you know, that quirky little small town kind of thing, but then have Stephen King write it. Have it, or better yet, even better, have Faulty Towers, but have it written by Stephen King. It takes place in this little hamlet called Widow's Bay. Schitt's Creek meets Stranger Things. That's a great other way of describing it, Christian. But basically, it's this little town called Widow's Bay, and it is, in my opinion, a perfect blend of comedy and horror, because you are laughing 1 minute and then you've got your knees up to your chest the next, and the tension is just chef's kiss. It is such a fun show, and the lead. When you see who the lead is, you're like, oh, this guy. It's Matt Reese from The Americans. No. Christian is over on YouTube right now, and Matthew Reese, who was the lead in The Americans, he's the lead in this. Now, here's the thing that blew my mind, and I don't know if you knew this, Christian, but brace. Matthew Reese had never done comedy. He had never done comedy before this, and he just freaking crushes it. And then he's got this cast around him, and the cast around him is just as solid, just as good. You know, supporting players, day players, they're all just knocking it out of the park. And Matthew Reese plays this newly appointed mayor, and he wants to bring Widow's Bay into the 21st century. He wants to make it the next Martha's Vineyard. And they have and Apple, to their credit, they've taken the marketing so extreme. If you type in the next Martha's Vineyard into Google, you will get their website for Widow's Bay. And basically, as the show is a very, very well executed slow burn, where they will just go on ahead and they it just starts off as a little bit of folklore, and then it just gets weirder, and then it gets weirder, and then it just goes. And I can't wait to see the next episode. I love it. And when people go, oh, but I don't have Apple TV, just get Apple TV. Just get it. Have it run ads if you need to, but get Apple TV, because here's what, I'm not getting anything off of this. It's a grower, not a shower. Oh, God. Christian. Keep it clean, buddy. Keep it clean. We just met. But hi, Panic. I saw you just sent me a post, so I got to get back to you on the stuff that I wanted to send to you. So right now I'm talking about Widow's Bay. Shocker. And the way the best thing I can tell you about getting Apple TV, if you don't have Apple TV, no, I'm not getting any money off of this. Not getting any money off of this. I'm not talking about flowers, man. But here's the thing about Widow's Bay. If you get the subscription to Apple TV, you get access to Widow's Bay. When you're done with Widow's Bay, good news. You've also got Ted Lasso. You've also got Slow Horses, which if you were to tell me, Christian, you can choose one on the deserted island. Are you going to do Widow's Bay or are you going to do Slow Horses? I would beg that you not ask me to make that choice. That would be like choosing my favorite children, that kind of thing, or my favorite cats, which I just can't do. Got to take a kitty to the vet, but I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you are too. You hang in there, okay? Yeah, Sophie's Choice. No kidding. No kitchen, Christian. But yeah, and then there's just so many. There's so many good shows. But let me tell you something. Widow's Bay. I am so surprised and so happy that it's doing so well right now. But but over on Twitch, you have a good day, Panic. Christian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let's get back into this. Let's get back into some of the spooky, shall we? Okay, so we're about to jump back in with. So just to give you a quick rundown of where we are. So Christian, we are over on YouTube. Christian, we are at a place called Linville Manor. And this is where I'm getting the footage ready for not the next, but the following investigation. And we are currently in this investigation. We are collaborating with a group called APS for the Association of Paranormal Study. And this is our 9th visit to Linville Manor. Great place. Again, when you start looking over our different offerings at the YouTube channel, you'll see Linville Manor pop up. If you want a really fun investigation, I'm going to recommend the 2-parter, another collaboration we did with a group called Dungeons and Disableds. The theme of Dungeons and Disableds is that the people that are sitting at the table, they all have some kind of neurological or physical disability. Anything ranging from ADHD to maybe you're on the autistic scale, to paralysis, to our dungeon master who is blind. And Steve and I collaborated. Old Spirits and Dungeons and Disabled collaborated, and we did something called the Satanic Panic Experiment. Part 1 was the investigation, which is on my channel. Part 2 is the game itself, which is on Steve's channel. And we went on ahead and we did a paranormal investigation. And then at the end of the paranormal investigation, we played D&D in this haunted house to see if it would kick up paranormal activity. So there you go. But that's what Linville Manor is. And this is just a straight up investigation. But yeah, you'll find out more about Linville Manor if you dig in throughout all the different stuff that we have on our channel. Okay, let's dive back in here.
So that went off.
That one was you.
Before it did not. But before, yeah, because I was closer.
Closer, Alex.
No kidding.
Why? Closer.
It's still going off. It's going off.
Yeah, just did a little flicker there. So. Not too big, but big enough worth noting. So that's nice.
Alex?
No kidding.
Why? Closer.
It's still going off. It's going up into the yellow.
Are you coming in closer to Alex?
Here, I can.
Okay.
Are you coming in closer to Alex?
Here, I can move my bag if you would like to come sit next to me. I am a little under the weather, though, so I will try.
That's why she's wearing the mask. Oh, sure. You bet, Christian.
Challenge her in a game of trivia, and she body check you.
Body check, not just beat you intellectually.
Exactly.
Body check. Literal body check.
It was the one time I didn't have a camera rolling
There we go.
here.
It went off again.
I did.
Did it? Oh, wow. Ooh. Look at you go, little K2 meter. So if you want, if anybody wants the lowdown skinny on what I'm talking about with body checking and trivia. So Alex and I actually met, of all places, at Linville Manor, and getting kid off the bus. Oh, hey, I figured that, Bethy. Lou. Yeah, I kind of put the two together, if I remember correctly. But, getting the kid off the bus, good. I hope kiddo is good. Hope kiddo had a good day at school. But, so real quick, the story behind the body check. So I invited, it was really a Hail Mary, but I said, hey, I'm having a birthday party at this place called Linville Manor. I'm turning 55. I'm having my birthday party in a haunted house. Let's do this thing. And I was not expecting them to show up, but they did show up. And I was doing a trivia, a trivia game that was based off of my life. And every column, and I'm really glad I did it this way too, because I had friends going all the way back to my high school days show up. And I had high school, college, all these different things. And I did. I had representations of all my life there. And I was pretty blessed to have that happen. So the first, I can't remember what was the column, but I had a column on paranormal investigation. And the first, and it was done in Jeopardy style. You know, you have to answer in the form of a question. And the Jeopardy question, Jeopardy, that was what I was calling the game. But in Jeopardy, the first paranormal question for $100 was, this paranormal investigator can suck it. And I'm not kidding. I'm not even exaggerating. I saw Alex go into, because Alex is also a roller derby player. I watched them block with one hand, reach forward with the other. Literally had 4 people behind them. And then she slammed on the bell and looked right at me and said, "Who is Zach Baggins?" And I said, "Is the correct answer." Oh, God, we had a good time that night. Okay.
I'm kidding.
Why? Closer.
It's still going off. It's going up into the yellow.
Are you coming closer?
Good times, baby. Good times.
Here, I can move my bag if you would like to come sit next to me. I am a little under the weather, though, so I will try not to cough on you.
But challenge her in a game of trivia and she body check you.
Body check, not just beat you intellectually.
Exactly. I
Oh
mean,
no,
body check.
literal body check.
There's the one time I didn't have a camera rolling
There we go.
here.
It went off again.
I did,
We
I
were
saw
talking
it.
about the body check.
Oh.
The K2 went off again.
So I was gonna say right before that double.
So we got correlating it. We have the K2 went off again.
So I was gonna say right before that double.
So we got.
Wow, look at K2's getting up into the yellow. Look at that.
I didn't have a camera rolling
There we go.
here.
It went off again.
I did,
We
I
were
saw
talking
it.
about the body check.
Oh.
The K2 went off again.
So I was gonna say right before that double.
So we got correlating it. We have. Why do you keep going off when I'm not?
Alex figured this place out very quickly. Very quickly.
So we got correlating it. We have. Why do you keep going off when I'm not pointing at the camera?
And this is Linville welcoming you with open arms.
No, that's awesome because so far so good. But yeah, so we have correlating events. So we have the K2 meter going off, and then we have the Eddie going off as well.
And right before Eddie went 2.5, and I watched it. It went 2.5 and 5.
Don't leave me.
Right before. And I watched it. It went 2.5.
I'll tell you another quick story though about Linville, and GhostTube, and why I find it so such a good app. So we're getting ready for a public event at Linville, and you know we're all pretty excited about it. And this was the week that unfortunately my wife lost her mother, and I checked and I double checked with my wife. I said, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you're up for this?" And my wife's like, "Oh yeah, I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to get out of the house. I want to do this." So we go on ahead and we get there. We're getting set up. Pip's talking, and I know that it's one of the arguments against GhostTube. But we've tested this. In fact, it was this investigation where we actually tested GhostTube with the mic disabled, and we were still getting relevant hits coming from it. But what was pretty wild about GhostTube here at Linville was we were getting ready to set up, and Pip's got GhostTube running because she automatically hits GhostTube when we get in there. She's chatting away, and then GhostTube out of the blue goes, "How do you feel?" And Tina and I look at each other, and then we look at Pip, and Pip's like, "What?" And then she looks down at GhostTube and goes, "Oh, I'm okay. Thanks, everybody." And that was when I think we knew that house was always welcoming to me and Pip, and I'm sorry, and Phil and Tina. we've taken our kids there. We made it a whole family outing. We've been there by ourselves, just the four of us, and it just every time we go, there's just something about Linville, and it's a place where I tell people, look, when I want to introduce people to a paranormal experience, I go, okay. First off, I'm not gonna, and I say right off the bat, I'm not gonna take you to a place like Trans-Allegheny. I'm not gonna take you to a place like Eastern State Penitentiary. I'm not gonna take you to a place where it's gonna be super intense. Crescent SCI, no, that's for a first time. I feel like that's trying to teach somebody how to swim by taking them to Acapulco and pushing them off a cliff. So what I say is, I'm gonna take you to one of two places. You can either try the history, which is creepy, but it's got a historical bend to it. So you kind of understand more of the history behind it. And then there's a place like Linville. And I say, this is my cozy place. This is because it's a beautiful Airbnb. Wynn is a fantastic host, but stuff is popping and locking while it's here. So I go, if you want to have an experience, but you don't necessarily want to have an experience that's going to overwhelm you or make you, scream out in terror, I'm going to recommend Linville because it's just a cozy experience. GhostTube also said mother earlier when it said 28. I didn't think it was important, but I think I know now. Hey, Jason, how are you? How are you, Jason? Pleasure to have you in a live stream. Let me double check that there. Let me double check that there. Comedian. So you said when I got 28, mother was in there. Hold on. Did mother happen after 28 or before 28? I'm sure it took a lot out of you to make that box go off twice, but I would love it. I would really appreciate it if you made it go off a second time.
Well, there you go.
That's really hard to just pull off.
28. I know, I'm not 28 either.
And I'm just going to also add a pressure change. That's the first time I've ever seen it. A pressure change.
Interesting. Ways of me.
A pressure change popped off, and then.
Okay. We had a K2 hit.
Infant.
Yeah, we just had a K2 hit, and I was like, "Is that me?" And so that went off.
That one was you.
Before.
Before it did not.
But before, yeah, because I was
Closer.
because I was
Closer,
doing,
Alex. Why? Closer.
It's still going off. It's going up into the yellow.
Are you coming in closer to Alex?
Here, I can move my bag if you would like to.
Oh,
come
on
sit
your
next to me.
ghost tube. Oh, I see.
I am a little under the weather though, so I will try not to
I
cough
see.
on you.
Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. But challenge her in a game of trivia, and she will body check you.
Body check, not just beat you.
Exactly. I
Oh
mean,
no,
body
literal,
check.
literal body check.
There's the one time I didn't have a camera rolling
There we go.
here.
It went off again.
I did,
We
I
were
saw
talking
that.
about the body checking.
Oh.
Texting on your phone, so it's hard. Yeah, yeah.
So
I was gonna say right before that double, and it went.
So we have, we got correlating it. We have. Why do you keep going up when I'm not pointing at the camera?
And
Such
this
a
is
fun.
Linville welcoming you with open arms.
No, that's awesome because so far so good. But yeah, so we have correlating events. So we have the K2 meter going off, and then we have the eddy going off as well.
And right before Eddie went 2.5, and I watched it. It went 2.5 and 5.
Don't leave me.
Right before that,
Oh.
it registered pressure change.
Okay, so something we do have something.
Yeah, we got.
Maybe we just needed to give them a breather while they went outside.
Yeah. We're not leaving for quite a while, so you can.
You stuck with us.
BT Dubs, I am live on TikTok. Welcome everyone. I'm tuning in from a haunted location in Maryland.
Now, one thing you do have to be careful of particularly when you're live streaming, is when you live stream, you basically turn yourself into a hotspot. So you have to be very careful about that. I think that the K2 meter is far enough away that it's not going to affect. It shouldn't affect anyway. The phone should not affect the K2 meter. But yeah, this is the thing I also love about it. That I would say Alex is more TikTok and Instagram with some YouTube. I'm more YouTube. I'm more YouTube and Twitch with a little bit. I'm just trying to get into Instagram right now. And the funny thing is that the stuff that I'm posting, paranormal stuff, I should say, it's okay. It does okay on Instagram. Doesn't do great on Instagram, but it does okay. But man, if I post any Magic the Gathering content, that explodes. And then of course there's my snarky take on pop culture. Like I chimed in about the God of War, the whole God of War thing with Deborah Ann Wool, and yeah, I had some incels come out and going, "Well, you're objectifying her." I go, "No, I'm saying it's Deborah Ann Wool. You get to have Deborah Ann Wool on your or as I like to say it, Deborah Ann freaking Wool on your game from beginning to end. What's there not to like? I mean, that's game of the year in my opinion. Game of the year. Can I get a hell yeah? Been a fan of hers ever since True Blood. Now, I would say the more I find out about Deborah Ann Wool and the more stuff I see her in, the more I'm like, yeah, they're tell us your Instagram and I will follow you. Easy. The T Monster. The T Monster. That's it. And there you go. Boom. Bump. Done. Oh yeah, Old Spirits Investigations as well. That's also on there. So you'll get it on both channels.
I'm not going to say where though. Again, as soon as I point the camera back, it stops.
This is Linville Manor initiating. Oh my god. Hang on a second. Hang on. I gotta tell that to her. Them. Format, and I'll put that in bold and we'll send it. Okay.
It's like, okay, so we're looking at the K2, cool, then I'm gonna go this way, and we'll see what happens with that. But yes, we are investigating a haunted house in Maryland, dates back.
And I do find that interesting, though, how sometimes when you're in investigations, sometimes you'll get a correlation, and you'll have multiple devices go off, and then in other cases, you'll just have it focus on one, then focus on the other, then focus on the other, and then focus on the other. That's why I've been doing it for 5 years. I love it.
Dates back to 1852, and yes, please send all the roses. And when your ghosts are messing with me right now.
Well, that's kind of what they do.
That told you. Well, that's how they greet you. Yeah, when you think I've got maybe a southern drawl to myself or something like that. When I believe, if I remember correctly, Wynn is originally from Alabama, so he has got the southern gent drawl like you wouldn't believe. Hang on a minute, I just want to see here. Hang on a sec. Oh. Kind of figured you did. Kind of figured you did. Let's see. We're kind of itching to get... Oops, some choice spots. Sorry. I want to just get this out to Alex. Near us. That'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm not going to add captions to that, but I will save the clip. Okay. Oh, and you're back over there. Hi. You're back, comedian. You're back. Okay. Just wanted to isolate a clip here. And, yeah. It's always nice to have clips from my paranormal streams, just to show everybody it can get lively. It can get lively. Okay. Let's get back to it. Hello, Viola. Hello, Viola.
Kind of what they do. That's their job, I guess.
I have grievances. No, I don't. Yeah. So here, this is my second time here at the location. Oh, there we go.
That's right. Second time at the location.
We were doing more than that
Oh,
before.
it's doing it again. Look.
Yep, right there. So this is the second time. So yeah, so this was their second time at the location, but the first time. Well, that's the thing. We were. Here's my personal secret sauce concerning social media. You know, it's one thing when you are, if you're an established name or you're an established brand or you're established whatever, you can go into all the platforms and boom, you can just knock it out of the park. When you're in that weird phase of growing into your audience or doing something, a great example is so we are hosting. I can talk about this openly, but we are currently hosting in October. This guy named Jonathan. You may know him on TikTok or on Instagram as Latinos Against Spooky Shit, and he's actually going to be in Richmond in October, and he agreed to come out to Lynchburg and hang out with us for a couple of days. So we're going to take him to Mythic Hall, and we're going to do a one-shot. Yes, it will be streamed on Twitch. And then we're going to also take him on a ghost hunt. So we're pretty excited about that because we're big fans of Latinos Against Spooky Shit. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen any of his stuff on Twitch or on TikTok or Instagram, look him up, follow him. He is an absolute riot. That being said, he has nearly 750,000 people following him and subbing to him on TikTok. He has nearly 500,000, if not over 500,000, on Instagram. When you go to his Twitch account, he gets an audience about between 28 and 50, which isn't bad. It's above average, but at the same time, it dwarfs what. Hang on. Huh. Okay, so my blurp effects are playing on the PC because I just heard it on the PC. Am I not monitoring my blurps properly? Let me just check something here. Hold on. Hold the phone, everybody. They're not playing there. That's weird because I just heard them on the PC side. Okay, so I've got the alert box. I got the main display. I got Rodex. Okay. 0 hidden. We're pausing just for a moment, chat. Just let me see what's going on here. So yeah, blurp. Let's see. Let me just see here. So the blurp alert is there, right? Yeah. Control audio via OBS. Okay, control audio via OBS. Aha. Okay. All right. Let me see what happens. And chat, please let me know if this works. I know the alerts work because the alerts were working earlier. OBS is the GOAT. Not always. Not always. Man. Oh, man. But let me try something here. I'm going to go on ahead and I am going. Now, can I? Oh, that might be the issue as well. For some reason, blurp. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It says that I have to. It basically says I have to authorize it. I'm like, dude, make sure that you're. Yes. Okay. All right. Would anyone like to try again? You want to try those spooky voices again? Try the spooky voices again and see what happens. Well, it should have worked. It should have worked. Hang on. Again, I heard them, and thank you, by the way, comedian. I heard them again on my PC. I didn't hear them on my Mac. So give me a second here. Let me just see. Let's try this one.
No, stop! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Y'all heard that one, right? Well, I appreciate that. Okay, so you heard that. And then, let's see. You can probably hear this one.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Okay. And then I have this one, near to my heart.
All right. I hope you know I've been watching YouTube tutorials on how to rub your feet good.
I'm going to teach you so good. Look, I love my ghosts, but I also love my Shorzy. Oh my God, and Christian is just like bombing us. I love it. Thank you, Christian. Okay, let me just check here. Properties. Okay, so there's the control audio via OBS. Shut down source when not visible. Refresh browser when the scene becomes active. Read access to OBS information. Well, that's just so odd because it should be working. And, oh, wait. Man, Christian's going to town. Hang on. I just have to tell my wife, don't panic. We are being like bombed. But it's all good. Oh, that's funny. Oh, ooh. There we go. Okay. Excuse me, everybody. Oh, something just got into my eyes. Okay. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. So, well, it is supposed to come through Twitch. It is supposed to come through Twitch, but I'm also supposed to be hearing, the audio. I've got audio control here, and for whatever reason, I don't know why. It might also have to be. It might be something as simple as me doing a restart, but for whatever reason, my blurp effects. And this thing, I love blurp. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love blurp, but for some reason, it's take care there, Christian. Thanks for popping in and saying hey, and I'll see you hopefully at the next premiere. But anyway, as far as Stop.
Look. Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Okay, maybe not.
See, it's playing fine through Rode X. That's the thing. It's playing fine through Rode X. But for whatever reason, when it comes through with Blurp, it's not. Yeah, no, I understand. But the thing is, you can hear it when I play it.
Stop. Look. Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Okay, maybe not.
And I'm not sure exactly why it's not doing that, which is really odd. I mean, you heard Cade. Of course, you could probably hear this.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
God, I love that moment. So you can hear that, but for whatever reason, it's not coming through here. That's interesting. So it's not even it's not even having. I don't think I need the control audio via OBS because it's not coming through, which is weird. But it was also saying earlier, oh yeah, this is not authorized, which makes no sense at all. And then of course I'm getting it. When I am getting it, I'm getting it through the PC side is saying, oh yeah, we hear it, but for whatever reason it's not. So, I'm at a point now where I'm like, okay, I've spent far too much time looking at this. I need to get back to the matter at hand. So anyway, yeah. Let's focus on in. Let's focus on in. And yeah. See, this is where I feel like I've also got maybe a touch of OCD, because when something isn't working right, those little details matter a lot to me, and it becomes a little intense for me, but that's okay. All right, let's jump back in here. All right. So
it's doing it again. Look.
So let me see if I can get a.
It's doing it again. Look.
So let me see if I can get.
It's doing it again. Look.
So let me see if I can get a rise out of this. The last time I was here before this was actually Alex's first time here. I got a chance to celebrate my 55th birthday in the basement tiki bar. I don't know how you all felt about that here, but I can tell you for one, I got pleasantly tingled.
Pleasantly tingled?
I know that sounds dirty, but...
Not by Gladys.
Not by Gladys. Hey, why you gotta make it weird?
Because you always make it weird.
Yeah, but you did... Okay. Anyway.
Oh, thank you, Ashley, for the roses. Thank you,
But,
Sarah, for the roses.
But this place is very special to me, so I'll ask again, could you make the K2 meter for Alex and her friends that you don't see, would you mind making it?
How do you?
Would you mind making? Okay. Alex and her friends that you don't see, would you mind making it?
How do you feel?
I feel. You have to leave in 15 minutes. I totally understand. You got to do what you got to do. I might have to leave in 15 minutes. I haven't quite decided yet, but yeah, do what you got to do, comedian. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you very much for popping over on YouTube as well as here. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
See, I got my own blurb right here. Great, because now things are starting to light up.
I'm feeling tired, but I'm good. 'Cause yeah.
Can you make that K2 meter just go up to yellow? Don't make it go to red. I mean, if you want to make it go to red, just to flex. But could you make it go yellow? I'm seeing you work it.
Oh, they're trying.
Just step a little closer.
Oh, shoot. It is going off. I'm sure you can make it go to red if you wanted to, but I'm just asking yellow.
There we go. There we go.
Look at that.
Look at.
Go to red if you wanted to, but I'm just asking yellow.
There we go.
Asking yellow. Oh my God! And it's saying empty. It's saying empty. Oh, that's so good. That is so freaking good. Sure, you can make it go to red if you wanted to, but I'm just asking yellow. And I mean it when I say I feel like we have a. This is why another reason why I think I want to make sure this is the thing we do after we do the Hinsdale house, because the Hinsdale house, at least for me, it had too much of the Warren stank all over it. It really did. It's this to me. This place right here is the unsung hero of the paranormal. This place is a gem, and I can honestly say when I did, yeah, exactly, yeah, no, I believe it. But whenever I've been to this house, it's always like coming home, and I mean that. This is such a great place. I think this is like, yeah. I love this place. I'm sure you can make it go to red if you wanted to, but I'm just asking yellow.
There we go. There we go.
Look at that.
Look at that.
It said empty, but I don't think you're empty. I think
You
you're.
still got a little bit going on. Alice, there's a where have I been? I've been trying to write a book.
Not another book. Another book?
Well, I've been working on Haunted Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
And then also Women of the Paranormal Volume 2.
Okay. So, because see, I thought when you said 2 books, and by the way,
What? Please?
when you said 2 books, and by the way, you said 2 books, and by the way,
What? Please?
books, and by the way. Two books, and by the way,
What? Please?
So
I think it wants to.
the memory's here. Yeah, you know that Pip writes, and I'm a writer, and my buddy Phil, who is usually here, he is also a writer. But Alex is also a writer.
I am. I also
Now-
write about haunted places.
we introduced Alex to some haunted places. We introduced Alex to this place. But if you're a reader, if you enjoy a good book, can you make the EMF go to yellow? But yeah, this is such a special place to us. It really is. And it's funny. I even mentioned when I was doing the Sam and Colby, the Sam and Colby go to Linville Manor video. I remember saying something along the lines of, "It would break my heart." I think it was the Sam and Colby thing, but I remember saying it would break my heart if I found out that Wynn, was pulling a fast one. And it's funny because Wynn has even said, "I would never do that to you." Such a good guy. But this is making me miss Linville, and I'm like, I need to get back there. There's so many different ones, comedian. In fact, I would say you might want to take a look at some of the stuff that we did. Like there's the second season. We did Linville in season 2. And I believe we go back in season 3. Okay, hang on, I gotta check. I'm trying to remember. We went back to Linville Manor, I think, in season 4, with the Satanic Panic experiment. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, we'd been to Linville Manor a couple of times. We've been to Linville a couple of times just cause we wanna. Let me see here. Okay, so we go to playlists. All right, here we go. Actually, I think I need to go to the channel. Okay, my channel. All right, good. And let me see here. Playlists. So that's season 5 still alive. Linville is no joke. That is a special presentation. Let's see.
Well, it's a spirit.
So, yeah. Locked in with the spirit that speaks, Linville Manor. Terrifying hauntings caught at Linville Manor. One of the spirits we caught there, comedian, which I think you might get a kick out of us, we actually caught a cat. And we love that. Shadow was his name. So yeah, Shadow the cat. So yeah, that is season 2. We went to Linville Manor. Let me see about season 3. Season 3, To Touch the Darkness. Okay, so season 3. Season 3, we did what now? Bird Theater, season 3. Antietam, season 3. Wayside Inn. Yeah, we did Wayside Inn. Octagon Mansion. We did the distillery in season 3. Man, that was fun. Oh my God, the distillery was such a blast. Yeah, so that was season 3, and season 3 ends with us going to the old hospital on College Hill, which was such a good investigation. We had such a great time there. All right, so now we have. I need to check that. That shouldn't be there. So season 4 was Wildwood, and then we did. Oh wait, no. Yeah, this is out of order. I got to look at this. All right. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. That's an easy fix. So we started with. Hang on. So we started with that, and then we did Annaburg, and then, USS North Carolina, Annaburg, and then we did Clifton Forge. So we got the theater, and we got the train museum. We did our church. We did the Rock and Cradle House the first time. Ghost Stop. And then, yeah, okay. Okay, no problem. Take care, comedian. A pleasure to have you here. So yeah, so then that's it. So season 4, and then we haven't done a proper Linville in a long time. It looks like. Okay, now while I'm here, I might as well go back to. Don't worry, I'll get back to the investigation just in a second. But okay, good. Oh my God, we just hit 7,500 viewers, 7,500 subscribers. 7,500. 7,500 subscribers. Shoot, I gotta let the group know. Okay, so we get the content, and let's see. Let me just do this. The one thing I haven't done. So first off, let's go to playlists. All right, Haunted Virginia, Old Spirits, Haunted Lynchburg. Nope. We go to season 5. Now you heard that. You heard that. So, comedian. I'm not sure what's going on with Blurp. I think this might be a Blurp thing because that came out loud and clear. So thank you for those. Yeah, 7,500. 7,500. So I'm very, very pleased with that. Very pleased with that. Okay, so we save. And then we go to Lynchburg here. Edit. Playlists. Not season 4, but season 5. And then save it there. And let me see. And I have to do this. All right. June 13th, 9 p.m. Yep. Okay. We are golden. We are golden, everybody. All right. Yeah, there we go. And so let's go. All right, so the alerts are working, but for some reason, Blurp is being blurpy. Blurpy McBlurp blurp. Okay, let's get back to this. If you really don't care about writers, you can always make a good friend.
Wow.
She reads too many novels.
She reads too many novels.
Them writers. Nothing but trouble.
We're getting something out of that, though.
We are.
Look at that.
Give it back.
Give it back.
What,
the book?
Something out of that, though.
We are.
Look at that. Give it back.
We are.
Look at that.
Give it back.
Give it back. What, the book?
So do you like to read books then? Them books.
This is
okay.
This is why writers have editors.
Right.
So they're making them sound more intelligent in print than when they
right
actually
up.
talk. Oh,
Really?
Yeah, I went to Oregon.
tell me, making them sound more intelligent in print. Whoa, look at that! Look at it go. Intelligent in print. intelligent in print than
Oh,
when we
right
actually
up.
talk. Oh,
Really?
Yeah, it went to orange.
tell me you got it. Come on.
There we go. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
look at that. Look
I was
at
gonna
that.
throw this at you.
I know.
I'm
This is also reminding me how much I enjoy working with
Tell me you got
Alex.
it. Come on.
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Because I was going to throw this at you.
I know.
I'm trying to help you, Alex. I'm trying to
I
help you.
appreciate it.
No, I think the ghost is trying to help.
Yeah.
The ghost is. They are trying to help. Yeah. So.
They just don't know when a camera's pointed at them.
though. That's really interesting.
They're such a delight to work with.
Well, this would be a nice place to sit.
There it is.
Oh man, look at this K2.
They just don't know when a camera's
That's really
pointed at them.
interesting, though. That's really interesting.
Well, this Well, this would be a nice place to sit.
There it is. There you go.
Ooh,
Oh, very
yeah,
nice.
that's really cool.
And of course, it's right when I flip the camera. It's going off now that I flip the camera. That's amazing. Okay.
I got it.
You got it? The camera. It's going off now that I flipped the camera. That's amazing. Okay.
I got it.
You got it?
Oh,
Okay.
thank
So hopefully
goodness.
got something, but figured I'd show my face, because people are like, hey, Tito, I miss your face too. This is boring and laggy. Welcome to ghost hunting. But figured I'd show my face, because people are like, hey, Tito, I miss your face too. This is boring and laggy. Welcome to ghost hunting. Welcome to paranormal investigating.
It's boring.
1 hour TV show, you know.
Yeah.
Hours and hours.
Yeah.
It's a lot of sitting around and waiting for things to happen. Good times.
It's basically.
Good times.
And here comes my fishing analogy. So brace, brace, brace. You're about to hear the fishing analogy again. So there you go. There you go. Oh man, what? This has been a good day. This has been a very good day. Am I winding down? Haven't decided yet. I'm gonna work in. Does this also? Nope. This clip also does not have audio. That's weird. And it's only it's 4 minutes because I then go into 16 minute. Okay, so yeah, so I was filling up the card here.
It's basically fishing.
Yep.
It's fishing.
Chef, hey, where you been?
Hours of nothing and then 5 minutes of what the hell was that?
Exactly, that's how this works. Where have I been? I've been writing and burning myself out, you know, just the writer's life. But yeah, I am starting to make more content again, and I'm trying to get back into it. So, and I'm wearing a mask. Back into it. So, and I'm wearing.
So now they're switching up and they're going to Fast Eddie.
Back into it. So, and I'm wearing a mask.
Actually, I know what to put. I know what to put on this. Let's see. Fast Eddie.
EMF 2, 5, or higher. And then we make that 55. Yeah. And I copy that.
And I'm wearing a mask. And
Okay. And it's pretty. It happens pretty quick. So.
And I'm wearing a mask.
Nope.
And I'm wearing a mask. Mask.
Okay, maybe not that quick.
And I'm wearing a mask.
There you go. There you go. I can rock and roll with that. Be nicer if I could actually see the device, but you know, past sins and all that. Ads are starting, by the way, in 30 seconds.
And I'm wearing a mask.
So I got that on.
What was that?
That's good. They got that on
Was
video.
that pressure or?
Yeah, it was.
That was EMF.
That was EMF. Okay.
Two solid EMF hits, and I think they. Okay, let me just check and see if I did get it or not. Let's see. Just gonna scan this along. See if I got anything here. The answer is no. All right. Okay. This one is 4A. Come on. Come on. Media pending. I know. Media pending. There we go. Check, check. Come on. Have I got it? There we go. Now I got it. Okay. I'm just doing a little bit of scrubbing on this video just to see if the lights go off at all.
Gave was that she was some hoity-toity social.
And the answer is a big fat no. Okay. Okay.
Working on the house, like
Very involved with the construction.
Yeah, they have.
Stand that.
Well, that's just, you know, I'm sure. I'm confused.
Yeah, okay, I haven't gotten I'm confused. So neither one of these clips are applicable. So let me see. Let me just see if... Can QuickTime Player even open these? Yeah. I was worried about this. Yeah. Okay, let me just see real quick if this works. Yeah. This file has an unsupported compression type. Yep. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like these. Now. Oh, and VLC player won't even look at them. Or maybe it will. Will VLC player look at these? Okay. VLC would like to access your Apple Music
and video activity in your media library. Don't allow. No, I don't want it to do that. I want it to play this. I wanted to play this video. Play. And it's not. Okay. Yeah, when VLC isn't playing ball with you, you've got a problem. Now, one of the other options I have with this. Oh, did I leave that thing plugged in? Yikes! Zoinks! One of the other options I have is this. Because this thing's gonna be super hot when I pull it out. Yep. Ow! 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 I have another card reader. It's my backup card reader, but it shouldn't have any issues, I think. Yeah, saloon token. Where the hell did I get this from? Oh, wait a minute. I got this. I got the saloon token from the Smoking Barrel. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should probably, yeah. Okay. All right. It's a bit of a disappointment that I don't have the cutaway footage that I need. I wonder if, oh no, I wonder if, now did, so that's where we took off. You can just see.
He's right.
Am I right or you're right? Yeah, it's, we gave them all calls, well, we gave them all call signs. Bill named it. Can you make that K2 meter just go up to yellow? Okay, all right. But I think I don't think I can use the stream as a backup because the stream was off. It was off for the timing. I remember that. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save what I got. And yeah, I think I'm going to go on ahead and call it a stream because that was a full-on day. That was a full-on day. And I have a full-on night ahead of me because at 6:30 tonight, I'm going to be at nope, that was the wrong place. The editing is going phenomenal. I could not be happier, Chris. We've caught we haven't caught any EVPs, but we've caught a lot of voices. No, I'm sorry. We've caught a lot of interaction with the devices that that are just a little too coincidental. They are it's pretty wild. It's wild, the stuff that I feel like I'm finding out here, and I'm really stoked about it. So has today been a good day? Yes, I would say without fail today was an exceptionally good day. Ooh, that came in loud. That came in super loud. And at 3%, it's still super loud. That's what you call crunchy audio right there. So no raid. We're just going to shut it down. Don't worry about it. Just call it a chill. And as far as where we're going to be tomorrow, well, tomorrow we head to the arena. Tomorrow is a Magic the Gathering arena day. So I hope you will join me as we jump into the arena at 11 o'clock on Friday. And I'm going to talk a little bit about next week's schedule because I have a couple days off because I'm going to go visit me mom. And, yeah, that's really the long and short of it. We also have a premiere. This weekend. We got a premiere. YouTube, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Part 2 of our overnight stay at the Rock and Cradle House. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I certainly do appreciate it. I love you, and I'll talk to you later. Peace. I should have waited until all this stuff was ready to go. Now I'm really going. Peace.